Hello, can you hear me? Great, that's a great start. Okay, can I ask everybody to take a seat? We're about to start. Thank you. So, first of all, welcome to our conference, Resilient Communities, Improving Interfaith Cooperation and Fostering Best Practices. The event is organized by the European Jewish Congress and in partnership with their Safe and Crisis Security Center and the NGO Faith Matters. Who am I? That's a good question. I'm Martina Monti. I'm the senior editor at Euractiv, a Brussels-based media, and I'm gonna be your moderator today. The event is organized in the context of bringing awareness, dialogue, and the Resilience Improvement Project, which is funded by the European Commission. When the organizers asked me to moderate the event, I think that their goal was very, very clear. They wanted to strengthen the judicial response to faith-based cooperation, and I knew it was not going to be an easy task. You know, I'm a journalist. I normally write stories, and I feel today what we're here to do is to tell a bigger story, right? A story of loss, fear, forgiveness, but especially of hope, because I don't know about you, but I do need a little bit of hope nowadays. And I think in Europe, we made a promise to ourselves that only those who failed to remember the past were condemned to repeat it. But today, anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim hate are at a whole-time high. And I don't know about you, but sometimes I look at what we have become and almost grieve the possibilities of what we could have been if we only had dared to live up to that promise. And what brings us here today, I feel it's our commitment that another story is not only necessary, but possible. So without further ado, let me go through the agenda quickly together. So what we're going to do today, we will have some opening remarks from our speakers, a keynote speech, and then 2 panel discussions where we were talking about faith-based discrimination, the challenges, but also the responses to that. And then we will divide you into 2 breakout rooms where you'll actually have the possibility to contribute to our conference and dialogue. If you don't remember which breakout room you were assigned to, you can just look here and you'll have it. I will also kindly ask you to, throughout the day, scan the QR code that you have in your booklet and fill in the survey for us, as well as sign the joint declaration that you'll find just where you had coffee right now. And I promise we'll have also a lot of coffee breaks and lunch. That's actually how they got me here. They promised me lunch. And then a few also housekeeping rules. We, of course, do not tolerate any form of discrimination, harassment, any behavior that could cause harm to others. If you feel unsafe at any moment during this conference, feel free, absolutely free to come to our staff and let us know. Local laws apply, of course. Respect each other. This is a very inclusive space. And yeah, just bear in mind cultural sensitivity as well. Well, then I think we can really get started now. I'd like to introduce and ask to come on stage to Mrs. Raya Kalenova. She's the Executive Vice President of the European Jewish Congress. They represent almost 2.5 million of Jews around 40 countries. Let's give her an applause and let's get started.
Thank you. So here we are, after long months of preparations, doubts, how we will do it, difficult situation, unprecedented situation, but altogether, I'm sure we will do a very good job. So, first of all, of course, good morning, distinguished guests. esteemed colleagues, friends, it is with an honor and a privilege to welcome you all in Brussels, the heart of Europe, for this important conference on improving interfaith cooperation and fostering best practices. On behalf of the European Jewish Congress, it is a pleasure to host this significant event, which comes at a time when unity and collaboration have never been more important. As we meet today, we do so in the shadow of challenges that continue to shape our societies, particularly after the October 7th massacre. It has been a time of violence, discrimination, fear, a time when many partnerships and collaborations, and even, unfortunately, some friendships seemed at risk of being lost. But we are here today to prove that despite these hardships, we can continue to find ways to work together and build a better future for us all here on this continent. At the European Jewish Congress, the official umbrella organization of 42 Jewish communities across the continent, we have been committed since our inception to fostering interfaith dialogue and cooperation. Today, this conference provides an opportunity to reaffirm that we are stronger together. It is only through unity in diversity that we can combat hate, dismantle prejudice, and build a resilient and inclusive Europe. In these challenging times, we must not let hate and division separate us. Instead, we must come together, Jewish, Muslim, Christians, and all faith-based communities, and confront these adversities hand in hand. And it is through cooperation, empathy, and solidarity that we will create a future free from discrimination and the violence that is very much present. This conference, funded by the European Union through this Citizens' Equality, Rights and Values program, as part of the BADRI, bringing a very, I will just try to, because we always say BADRI, but what does it mean? It means bringing awareness, dialogue, and resilience improvement. BADRI is the name of a project and presents an invaluable opportunity for all of us. Together, we will address the challenges we face in our communities, particularly focusing on judicial response, like Martina said, to hate crimes and dismantling stereotypes and addressing the impact of discrimination. As we engage in panel discussions, breakout sessions, and networking opportunities, I encourage each of you to share your knowledge and expertise. It is through dialogue and collaboration that we will find the best practices to ensure that all faith-based communities are protected and supported in their work. The European Jewish Congress is deeply committed to this cause, and we are proud to partner with Faith Matters. I saw Fiaz here, and I just wanted to particularly thank him. We are proud to partner with Faith Matters and SACC by EJC to facilitate this vital discussion, thanks to the incredible support of the European Union, support that has made the BADRI project a reality, instrumental in enabling this conference, as well as the animated cartoon series Glad You Asked, which you will see later on, along with wonderful new initiatives from SACC by EGC and the highly recognized Likrat project of the Jewish communities of Vienna, whose work you will be able to discover today. Thank you once again for being here, for your commitment, and for your enduring motivation in advancing interfaith cooperation. I am sure that we will leave this conference not just with words, but with actions that will make a tangible impact on the ground and in our everyday lives. We can create Europe where empathy, solidarity, and understanding are the cornerstones of our society in times of distrust and division. We must build bridges, not walls. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you so much, Raya, for these powerful words and your continued leadership. I want to invite on stage next Marion Lalisse, the European Commission's Coordinator on Combating Anti-Muslim Hatred. You bring your deep diplomatic experience in EU delegation across the Muslim world and now within the EU. Please, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Executive Vice President of the European Jewish Congress, Ms. Kalinova, Honorable Member of the European Parliament, Mr. Lagodinsky, Director and Founder of Telmama and Faith Matters, distinguished participants and friends, it's really an honor for me to be here on behalf of the European Commission, together with my colleague Pascal Falek, and later today, Vincent Depeigne on Article 17 dialogue. I would like to thank the European Jewish Congress and Faith Matters for organizing this important and timely event. I'm the coordinator on combating anti-Muslim hatred since 2023, a post that was created in 2015 at the same time as the job of Katharina von Schnurbein on anti-Semitism. It's a job that is indeed crucial, and the partnership that we build together among coordinators are very important. A recent report of the Fundamental Rights Agency of the EU, published in October last year, shows that 1 out of 2 Muslims in the EU feels discriminated and feels that they are facing racial discrimination. Other important indicators show that 70% of the children of the households of these Muslim people surveyed are at risk of poverty. My work is enshrined in an action plan against racism that spans until this year, and soon we will work on a strategy against racism beyond 2025 that should cover anti-Muslim hatred. Over the past month, I have met representatives of the Muslim community and associations working on the fight against anti-Muslim hatred, racism, or anti-Semitism. Many say, rightly so, that the 7th of October has been a turning point to the same extent as the 9/11. After 9/11, a generation of Muslims and people perceived to be Muslims grew up knowing that they will be asked to denounce terrorism and to give evidence that they are different, maybe parts of the few good Muslims. Figures show also the turning point of 7th of October in Germany, in the UK, on social media, globally and nationally. When listening to the victims, I'm more and more convinced that the most accurate term to describe the phenomenon at hand is anti-Muslim racism, to capture the racialization, the essentialization, the construction of a social image of the Muslims incompatible with our society, our values, and backward-looking. And yes, you can add adjectives: sexist, patriarchal, anti-Semitic. How many articles have we now witnessed abusively summarizing anti-Semitism as a phenomenon due to Muslims, migrants, Arabs, therefore trying to wipe out any so-called European origin to anti-Semitism? Civil society and individuals are being silenced, sidelined, defunded. Muslims, Jews, and others. Jews who may speak out for Muslims, for Palestinians, for humanity. Muslims who may speak out for Jews, for Israelis, for humanity. Human beings who speak up against atrocities, terrorist attacks, war crimes, violations of international human rights law, and humanitarian law and possible genocide. Alliances are broken, as rightly said so earlier today. How difficult is it to express empathy for others? How difficult is it to replace but by and? How can we avoid the competition of victimhood? You've asked for good practices to build resilient communities. We have, on the other hand, so many counterexamples that shouldn't be followed instead. I've heard too often the debate about the good model minority and the problematic one that will never integrate and should apologize for an alleged original sin perpetrated by their ancestors, by their brothers, distant relatives. There is a fundamental mistake in this approach of the minorities and its youth, of exclusion by default until proved not guilty, where the stain of the conspiracy theory will anyway remain. There is a fundamental mistake in listening to the sweet music of the extremes who actually become mainstream. A sweet music of pitting one minority against the other. This is a mistake because the tide will change. All too often do we see a concentration of efforts to fight discriminations against individuals of a specific minority who belong only to a certain part of the political spectrum, the part of the political spectrum we prefer. The fight against discrimination and hatred should not allow political colors and should not judge whether an individual is actually really belonging to that community. What matters is what he or she went through, regardless of his or her actual faith or origin. Now, moving to possible good practices on the occasion of the International Day Against Islamophobia, between brackets, the Commission and the Council of Europe organized a second coordination meeting on anti-Muslim hatred or racism in Brussels, with representatives of states and international organizations on the example of the coordination on combating anti-Semitism. This was only possible thanks to the support of Alexandre Gessel, who you probably know from the Council of Europe, who is the special representative against anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim hatred, and other religious hatred. Out of this event came a strong recommendation for a working definition of anti-Muslim hatred or racism, learning from your experience on anti-Semitism. Another good practice is a recent report of the EU on the legal framework of the fight against anti-Muslim hatred. This was published by a network of legal experts, and it's actually taking its source from a similar report in 2024 on anti-Semitism by András Kadar, who I really thank for this wonderful work. You may not have spotted it, the far right did spot it, and they want it down. On another scale, we've seen a revival of interfaith iftars and other opportunities of interfaith dialogue, and that's really welcome. Those events have been severely missing since 7th of October. Katarina and I have attended meetings of the Muslim Jewish Leadership Council over the past month and years, and it's heartwarming to witness these discussions. This should not remain a simple photo opportunity. On the other hand, it should be a genuine dialogue. Together with our colleague Vincent de Peigne, in the coming month, we will work on similar opportunities. I've witnessed so much support from Jewish associations and numerous organizations working on anti-Semitism, showing that a way forward exists. I would like to sincerely thank you for this project. And for me, the name means a lot. BADRI, for me, it means early. And it's a timely event. It should actually have come even earlier, but I know how difficult it is for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your commitment and also insight from the institutions. Joining us next is Dr. Sergei Lagodinsky, member of the European Parliament for the Greens and vice chair of the Working Group Against Anti-Semitism, lawyer, author, and leading voice in legal and foreign affairs. Please join us.
thank you so much, and thanks for inviting me, and thanks for organizing this event. And it is indeed not only timely, it is high overdue, and that's why it's even more important. Thank you, Raya, for your effort in this area. I am one of the community people who grew up side by side with my Muslim neighbors. I grew up in Astrakhan in southern Russia, where I woke up with muezzins in our streets. I grew up with a lot of Tatars and Kazakh neighbors and friends. And for me, it was natural to grow up in a very small Jewish community in a city that was predominantly Russian, but the second largest population were Muslims, and the area was, of course, shaped by the Muslim heritage there. So when the discussion about building a mosque in Cologne some decades later started in Germany, I think this was around 2008, 2010, and there was this strong resistance against building a mosque by DİTİB, our Turkish organization, which at that moment was quite, quite peaceful and open-minded, because it was also connected to a little bit different government of Turkey with a little bit different spin. I was not only surprised, but I felt that we as a Jewish community should stand firmly on the side of our Muslim friends, because praying, having community houses, having a place to go and to talk to God or to each other is something that is only natural. And we as a Jewish community that had been persecuted but always returned back to our temples and to our synagogues know very well how important it is to have a temple and a synagogue where you can return to, and to find someone there who is still alive. And this is the experience, the historical experience, that not only brings us together, but also informs our political and our societal position. This is something that when I talk to some of my Muslim friends who are subjected to animosity and stereotyping and discrimination in everyday life, also in Europe, especially in some countries in Europe, I think this is an experience that brings us together and reminds us that it is not just about our own particular experience. It is about an experience of a minority or a majority that is subjected to a lot of pain and to a lot of suffering. And that's why looking for allies. And this is, and that's how I understand it, our safe space for talking to each other as allies. And that means talking about our own pain and about our own trauma, talking about things that maybe offend the other side, talking openly about some conflicts or some tensions that our communities have, because if we don't talk openly about these things, we will not be able to advance. And we do have grievances which we ascribed to the other side, speaking in bilateral terms, in terms of this conference. But I think having a safe space, a space where we trust each other, is something very important. And that's why this conference is so important. And that's why the work that the European Commission is doing with both experts on anti-Muslim hatred and anti-Semitism is so important. And it is also important to remember that it is not just about Jews and anti-Semitism, and it is not just about Muslims and anti-Muslim hatred. It's also about racism. It's also about anti-Gypsyism, something that on this continent so easily forgotten. how many memorials, how many commemoration sites, how many commemoration hours do we spend thinking about the fate of Sinti and Roma in Europe? I have a friend who used to be a member of our group, who is Sinto, and I am concerned that once he was not voted into the parliament anymore, this topic disappeared from the agenda of the parliament. So it is also our common obligation, our joint obligation, also our obligation of Jews and Muslims together to think about other minorities. And this could be Kurds, and this could be Yazidis, and this could be Christian Palestinians, something that people do not have on the radar, but we can remind to those people that there are other minorities that are being oppressed and are invisible in the minds of so many. So let us be the collective reminders to the countries and societies where we live of the oppression and suffering of others, not just our own. And I think this is a mission where we could find to each other. A mission of us saving our democracy in the face of the right wing, in the face of terrorism and extremism, in the face of us being under pressure from people for whom us fighting for our lives and for our well-being is dismissingly called wokeism. What is woke about people fighting against being called names? What is woke about people who say, yes, I have a Muslim name, but I want to have this job and I want to be treated as French or German or Israeli? There's nothing woke about this. It's natural. It's civil right. It's human right. And this right we claim. We claim as Jews, as Muslims, as many other minorities. And this is the place to talk about this openly. So I urge you all, and I'm so sorry that because of my obligations I will not be able to stay here, but I'm always open, and I know there are so many of us in the European Parliament, in the European Commission, despite the withdrawal of the anti-discrimination directive, which is frankly deplorable and regrettable. There are people who are open and interested in this topic. Please reach out to us, but first and foremost, talk to each other, use this time, use this safe space that the organizers have organized and the Commission supported. That's a unique space, unique place, and I'm looking forward to continuing this work. Let's work together on our future, and this future will not be just Jewish or Muslim or Christian. This is our common European future, and that's even more important now that we are faced with challenges that are very complex. But complexities make us stronger, make our community stronger. It's always been the case, and let's continue on this path. Thank you very much, and enjoy.
Thank you so much for this, reminding us of a space, and like not just to look at our own backyard. I want to welcome now on stage Dr. Pascal Falek, Policy Officer in the Office of the European Commission's Coordinator on Combating Anti-Semitism and Fostering Jewish Life. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Executive Vice President of the European Jewish Congress, Honorable Member of the European Parliament, founding members of Del Mama and Faith Matters, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you here today, alongside with my colleague Marion and Vincent Depin that will come later for the closing remark. I would like to warmly thank the European Jewish Congress, the Security and Crisis Center, and Faith Matters for organizing this important conference today. EGC is a major partner organization to the European Commission, and I would like to warmly thank you for your close and constant excellence for so many years cooperation. An initiative like the one we have today has been seen as extremely important, timely, as we are facing times of upheaval. Our European society is more divided, more polarized. Conflicts, disinformation worldwide, information manipulation, interference, including stemming from foreign actors, are really sowing the seeds of hatred. The European Commission has stepped up its efforts by reinforcing actions across, I think I lost a page, across a variety of policies, including security, digital, education, culture, and sport. And you may have seen the joint communication published in December 2023, No Place for Hate, a Europe united against hatred. As President von der Leyen has said, I quote, "Europe is a place where diverse cultural and religious identities are honored. Respect and tolerance are the founding values of our societies, and therefore we must stand up against anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim hatred whenever we encounter it. The dignity and safety of each and every individual in our union are paramount." End of quote. When people march the streets, march European streets, calling for jihad and intifada, when others engage in fascist rallies, they are a threat to our society and to Europe's security. When people falsely compare Gaza to Auschwitz or Israel to Nazis, it distorts the Holocaust and it fuels anti-Semitism. And anti-Semitism is not only a threat to the Jews, it is a poison for our democracy. It goes against our values, it goes against all what Europe is about, against our rule of law. The European Commission is determined to address it through the Democracy Shield that will be presented in a few weeks, and today through the new internal security strategy called Protect EU that has been published on April 1st. This Protect EU strategy states that all European citizens should be able to go about their lives free from fear, whether on the streets, at home, in public, but also on the internet. The protection of people, especially those most vulnerable to attacks, which tends to disproportionately affect minorities, including faith-based minorities, Jewish and Muslim communities. This protection of those people is really at the heart of the EU work on security. And this is essential to build a resilient and cohesive society. The Protect EU strategy, just released, stressed the need to continue and build on the EU strategy on combating anti-Semitism and fostering Jewish life, to protect Jewish communities given the manifest vulnerabilities. The EU anti-Semitism strategy, as you may know, includes over 90 actions. And among these actions, there are a few really focusing on strengthening interfaith relation and dialogue. For this, we closely work with all the member states. 23 member states to this stage have adopted national strategies to combat anti-Semitism. Poland will adopt very soon its own and first national strategy as part of the term of the presidency. And those national strategies also include concrete actions to support interfaith cooperation. As stated in the EU strategy on combating anti-Semitism, we will support intercultural and interfaith dialogue through projects, through funding of projects like yours, like BADRI, funded today, to which this event is part. We also support engagement between Jewish communities and law enforcement through trainings and capacity building activities for law enforcement and the judiciary. This should really lead to a better mutual understanding, to improve hate crime recording and data collection, and strengthen cooperation between law enforcement and faith-based Jewish communities on the other hand. The EU will also continue to support interfaith dialogue to work on shared history and memory and cultural heritage within the EU and in its neighborhoods, and building really on the basis for communities to live together peacefully in a multicultural project. There is funding now for cultural dialogue and cultural heritage by the EU in Morocco, for example, in Turkey, in Sarajevo, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and other programs to come. And last but not least, we have also started developing an awareness-raising campaign on Jewish life among the general public, which will include intercultural and interreligious dialogue and activities. Ladies and gentlemen, building resilient and cohesive societies is really at the core of the EU project. We are determined to do everything we can to make sure that Jews, Christians, Muslims, and all minority groups can feel secure and live in line with their cultural, traditional, and religious practices in the EU. We must all together succeed to rebuild bridges and alliances across fractured communities and bring to life the EU's motto of living united in diversity. I wish you a successful conference today, and I will look forward to hearing about the outcomes, especially your best practices to foster interfaith cooperation and dialogue. Thank you for your attention.
All right, we can now begin with our first panel. I invite the speakers on stage with me. Please have a seat, take some water, whatever you need. Perfect. You have some water if you want, and there's a mic there as well. So our first panel is current challenges of faith-based communities, experiences and responses. I think to start, I work in journalism, and I often feel responsible how media portray certain communities and like how misleading narratives can be online. And I think what we want to hear from you for your first-hand experiences, what challenges you're facing, something maybe that we don't see in the headlines, and also how you responded to that. Where did you find hope, where sometimes, you know, you felt you were fighting a challenge that's bigger than yourself? I'm gonna start with you. Gabriel Pjorke, you are the president of the Union of Belgian Jewish Students and promote the rights and identity of Jewish students. We've seen after October the 7th how campuses worldwide became extremely politicized, how Jewish students didn't feel safe anymore to go and attend classes. In your experience, can you talk to us about the situation in Belgium? How did it evolve, and how university authorities have responded or have not responded to this challenge?
Can everyone hear me? Yes. First of all, thank you very much for having me on this panel. I'm very honored and always happy to be able to speak about what Jewish students are going through on campuses. I think it's a good point that you talked about the media and how they're portraying sometimes things that are happening on campuses. We had a lot of difficulties to speak up in the media because most of the time they don't really want to speak about actual things that are going on for Jewish students, and that's something we can see all over society. People are scared to speak about what Jewish students are going through. So I'm glad that I can speak about it today. The situation in Belgium is, right after October 7th, we knew that in Belgium we were going through difficulties like Jewish students across the world. So we've seen it in France, in the United States. Campuses across the globe didn't manage to protect their Jewish students, didn't manage to ensure security for their Jewish students. But last June, we had the opportunity to meet with the president of Jewish unions of different countries in Europe, and we saw that the situation in Belgium was dramatic and even one of the worst countries in Europe. What I mean by that is we've seen protests everywhere. we've heard anti-Semitic slogans everywhere across the globe. But in Belgium, the thing is, the intensity of the hate and the omnipresence of the conflict in the Middle East on campus is impressive. And what we did as a Jewish union, one part was ensure that the Jewish students were represented to the academic authorities. So we managed to build, right after October 7th, we built a file with 80 pages, stating and representing in images and pictures. We took pictures of everything that Jewish students were going through. It started with tags and slogans denying the right of Israel to exist, so from the river to the sea, or speaking about violence, calling for intifada. Then later it evolved a little bit, and we heard slogans saying, we don't want two states, we want 1948. So again, more and more speaking about not only wanting a ceasefire and wanting the war to end, but actually calling for the destruction of the state of Israel. And that's where it got anti-Semitic. So we made this file and we went to the authorities to make sure that they knew what their Jewish students were going through. And they know. They know everything that is happening. They know about the slogans. They know about the anti-Semitism. They know about the Nazi symbol that can be found on the campus. They know that a Jewish student was assaulted last May. But as I said, in society in general, and the academic authorities too, they are scared to pronounce the word anti-Semitism. So they are scared of taking actions, because nowadays standing with Jewish students is, how can I say, is people think that when you stand with Jewish students, you are pro-Israel. So they completely twisted the concept, and they think that they're acting politically about the war when they stand for Jewish students. And they also, so they didn't take any action. They know everything that is happening, but they're not doing anything. There's no consequences. There's no sanctions for students that, for example, the student that assaulted my co-president. We have absolutely no idea what's going on for him. We don't know if he's still a student. We don't know if there was any sanctions or consequences, any procedures. So that's the situation.
Yeah, very scary. So do you feel also there's some sort of stigma to stand up with Jewish people, right? So people don't do it because they fear the stigma?
I think one reason people don't do it is because they are threatened by a group of the campus, and I think the president of the university is also scared of that. So there's a very big group in Brussels University that is threatening not only Jewish students, but every students that are not agreeing with what they're doing on campus. So I think the president of the university is scared for her safety also, not only for ours. And the problem we have also is that when Jewish students speak up about what they're going through, nobody listens, because everybody's saying that we're trying to block the criticism of Israel, or that we're playing the victim. And that's the stigma. The stigma in the university is that when Jewish people speak about what they're going through, they're exaggerating. They're playing the victim. We don't have to believe them. There was a lot of conferences organized by a lot of student organizations, without inviting any Jewish voices to speak about what they're going through. So in Brussels University, defining anti-Semitism, defining the hate towards Jews, is without Jewish voices. So when we speak about it, we don't say the truth, but it's other organizations that don't know what being hated for being a Jew is. So that's also a problem.
Thank you for sharing your experience. Talking about security and also education, I want to ask you, John Newton, you are the Director of External Relations at the Community Security Trust, which is the UK's charity responsible for the security of Jews. I think we have seen a worrying rise in anti-Semitic incidents in the UK, but also in Europe in general. Maybe can you tell us some patterns that you've noticed, any, you know, physical violence, attacks, vandalism, whatever it is, and how also the situation has evolved after perhaps October 7th?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me, EJC and Faith Matters. I also wanted to put on record my thanks to our previous speaker for that very clear clarion call. I think it, you know, for me it sounded as if you were not just speaking from strength, but experience, and I found it very impressive. I also just want to put on my record, or put on record, to apologize. Whenever I speak on international conferences, there's a mixture of embarrassment. I'm always impressed and grateful that they are always undertaken in English, which obviously I understand is the language, international language of diplomacy, but it's post-colonial English laziness that I'm in Belgium and speaking in English to a group of international people. So thank you very much for that. But to the meat of your question, you know, at CST we've been recording anti-Semitic incidents since 1984. So there's a huge amount of data that we can draw on over 4 decades when we analyze anti-Semitic incidents, when we analyze anti-Semitic threats and discourse. And what we saw or have seen over the last 10 years, so pre-October the 7th, is a sustained increase of anti-Semitic incidents. So from around 2014, 2015, we've been recording those higher levels as a result of many different things. So there's been a general increase in hate crime that's affected all minority and faith communities and protected, those with protected characteristics. Brexit was a driver. It caused cleavages within society where hatred festers and grows. COVID, don't mean to use a pun, but it injected more hate and anti-Semitism into this discourse as well, so that when we entered October the 7th, we were already at a high level. We also know through, you know, our research and our understanding is that when there's an escalation of the conflict in the Middle East, there's a spike in anti-Semitic incidents that impacts all diaspora Jewish communities. And so if we would have known on October the 7th incidents that we have is around abusive behavior. So it's a catch-all category, which includes the most common type of incident, which is a random verbal attack against a Jewish person on the street, and also many incidents that occur online. And we've seen that the ideological driver of a lot of incidents is the Israel-Gaza conflict. Last year, 52% of the incidents where we identified an ideology, it was that. In previous years, in normal, in inverted commas times, it's about 15%. And usually the largest driver is what you would expect, far-right discourse, Holocaust denial, and that sort of thing. So we've seen that change as this conflict has panned out. And it impacts all sectors, education sector, you know, higher education, further education, primary school education, the cultural sectors, the business sectors, the arts sectors, the school sectors. And the impact that it's had is that Jewish people are starting to question their identity safety, which has never really been an issue that we've had to contend with in the UK. Can I identify as being Jewish without fear of attack? Can I express myself in my place of work or my place of business or my school without fear of being targeted as a result of this? And it asks very difficult existential questions about what it means to be Jewish and what it means to be a member of a minority community. And then finally, with regards to kind of the visibility of the incidents is that, you know, they occur where you would expect them to occur. So where there are large conurbations of Jewish people, in particular where people identify as being Jewish in a similar way as to how I know. So I don't want to steal Iman's thunder, but I know that in the UK at least, Muslim women who wear the hijab are more likely to be targeted with anti-Muslim hatred because they are more identifiable.
Thank you so much. Perhaps another question that I have for you is, you talked about the intensity, right, and the larger scale of the threat right now. What do you think is missing from the judicial system? Do we do enough to hold perpetrators accountable? Is there enough coordination between perhaps the national and local level?
Listen, I can speak from a UK context. I think that the judicial system is okay. If I was to give it a mark, I would say could do better, maybe a B minus or a B. It's not at a D, but it's not at an A plus. If you think about the policing response, broadly it's been very good. There's been good frontline policing, engagement with local Jewish communities, visible patrolling, working with ourselves as an organization that provides security for the Jewish community, and doing joint work, information sharing. We made around 150 referrals to counterterrorism policing last year through the work that we actively do in researching anti-Semitism, and we know that's appreciated, and that's good. And we know it's a focus. The policing of the demonstrations started off less so good, is now better, kind of public order conditions being imposed. And when you think about the judicial system and the criminal justice system, it's important to note that there's been about 700 or 800 arrests that have occurred in the UK in the last 18 months for public order issues, for demonstrating support for prescribed terror organizations, for incitement to racial and religious hatred. So that's good. With regards to the judicial system itself, again, it's, you know, some elements of it is good, some of the elements of it are not so good. The sanction detection rate for the Metropolitan Police for anti-Semitic hate crime is bad. It is bad across all protected characteristics and minorities and hate crimes, but in particular for Jewish communities it's bad. But there are a number of different reasons as to why that could be, including victims deciding to pull out, problems within the charging system, problems within the investigation, and the wider context as well is that the police system and the criminal justice system is under great strain at the moment. Some people say that it's broken in the UK, and that's the wider context. But you know, we know that when we think about the extreme violent end and what would have the most significant impact on the Jewish community, we know that the security services and the judicial system so far have done a good job, because the ultimate marker for CST at least is, has there been an anti-Semitic terrorist attack against the Jewish community in the UK? And there hasn't been, right? But we know that every week there are foiled plots. You know, there was a case that's coming to trial at the end of this year of an alleged ISIS-style rampaging shooting attack against the Jewish community in the north of England that was foiled. There was a case where we were just talking about last night, where a Israeli Jewish music producer was lured to Wales and was kidnapped and assaulted, and the gang was put away for 8 years. And the sentencing judge said that they were targeted because of his Jewish heritage. And it comes from the far right, it comes from Islamists, it comes from Iran. Several Hezbollah arrests, alleged Hezbollah arrests last week in London. And we know that there is the modus operandi to target Jewish communities abroad. So when we think about the wider criminal justice system, something is working on based on the metric that there hasn't been, and again I hesitate to use this term, a successful terror attack against Jewish communities in the UK.
Thank you so much. We move on, remaining in the UK, but we move on with Iman Abu Atta. You are the Director of Faith Matters, one of the partners of this conference, but we will talk about it later in our second panel. You also are the Director of Tell Mama. Because you monitor and work against anti-Muslim hatred in the UK, could you perhaps share some challenges and concerns as Muslim people bring to you, something that we might again not hear in the headlines?
Thank you so much, and it's good to follow on from Johnny, but thank you Raya, Ariela, Maria, Ali, Aline, and many others that helped us actually get this conference together, and to have many of you as well in the room to hear our perspectives. So Tell Mama in the UK has been running since 2012. Since we started, we've supported over 51,000 British Muslims in the cause of fighting anti-Muslim hatred, challenging anti-Muslim hatred, but supporting them as well on the journey. What we've been seeing, similar to what Johnny has been saying, anti-Muslim hatred did not start on October 7th or post-October 7th. It's been there pre-October 7th. And we absolutely have seen as well an increase in anti-Muslim sentiments in the UK post-2014, 2015. We know there's drivers that drive anti-Muslim hatred to rise, such as political discourse, media, the rise of far-right, global anti-Muslim campaigns, social media, so the online space. We know anti-migrant campaigns, anti-refugee campaigns as well drive anti-Muslim hatred to rise. And we know that Brexit, but also the discourse around racism as well drives more awareness for people to come forward and report. Events like this, working with police forces and other agencies, bring more awareness for people to know where they can tap into support and therefore come forward and report. But equally as well, as Johnny said, COVID as well played its part and was weaponized to attack Muslim communities, to drive anti-Muslim hatred, conspiracy theories around Muslim communities. And we usually as well see trigger events like terrorist attacks drive anti-Muslim hatred to rise. And that takes it kind of and fits within what happened on October 7th following the terrorist attacks committed by Hamas, and what happened following that in terms of the rise in the anti-Muslim rhetoric that we've seen, lumping up Muslim communities as a whole being terrorists, being Nazis, being murderers, being killers. A lot of that language you've seen before, but there was more an intensity in that language post-October 7th. And between October 7th, 2023 to December 31st, 2023, we documented almost 2,000 cases reported into us. So quite significant, the significance rise and intensity in cases was 2 months post-October 7th. That continued to take place into 2024. And one of the things that we released a report in February 2025, so 2 months ago, where we actually documented the highest rise of anti-Muslim hatred across the last 2 years. So we documented over 10,000 cases between 2023 and 2025, driven by 2024, driven by anti-Muslim hatred in the UK. Now that does not stop just in the UK. There's obviously anti-Muslim hatred as it is in anti-Semitism that is happening across Europe, that is happening in other places across the world, where the notion, again, of calling Muslim communities, Middle Eastern communities, Palestinian communities terrorists, bloodthirsty, calling them rapists, calling them pedos. Equally, like in anti-Semitism, we've seen predominantly majority of these cases are abusive behavior cases, so actually name-calling. But one of the significant things that we've seen in the world of anti-Muslim hatred is the rise in threatening behavior. And that happened not just post-October 7th, that happened because we had as well the summer racist riots in the UK in August that unfortunately had triggered misinformation, disinformation online to drive mobilization of far-right groups onto our streets, attacking Muslim communities, refugee centers and hotels and migrant communities, and then driving and ramping up, again, anti-Muslim hatred in the UK. Predominantly, majority of these cases that we see are in public spaces, but equally as it is in anti-Semitism, cases that we received post-October 7th have shown increase in discrimination cases across sectors, education, health, institutions, public sectors, private sectors. We've seen rising cases, as I said, of threatening behavior. So you'd see women walking down the street being threatened to be killed and raped. And not necessarily just visible women. So any woman who's most probably speaking a different language, any woman who looks a bit with a dark toned skin, you've seen them being threatened. And while, yes, anti-Muslim hatred is usually gendered, so i.e. it's mainly attacks on women because of sexism, misogyny, as well as the visibility of those women being of either South Asian background, or wearing a headscarf, or wearing the niqab, the face veil, or the abaya. But what we've seen, the shift in dynamics in the gendered aspect of anti-Muslim hatred in 2024, that male Muslims became the #1 target. And we attribute that to the Southport riots, to the racist riots that we've seen. That's when we've seen there's a shift in percentage, not that women are not still the highest target, But actually now 53% of the victims that reported into us in 2024 were male and 47% were females. And that's the first time that we've seen it since our data has been running since 2012, which actually as well demonstrates the volatility of anti-Muslim hatred, the threats and attacks that took place post the riots, the language that is actually driving anti-Muslim hatred as well to target men equally, as we've seen across women across the past years. I think the one thing as well we now is more and more becoming worrying for us within the context of Muslim communities, Middle Eastern communities, but also Jewish communities and other communities, is the online space, where hate is just flourishing, extremism is just flourishing. Obviously, we've seen changes across the main platforms like X, previously Twitter, and Facebook, Meta, Instagram, and all of these changes where you're seeing hate has just got becoming the normalized, actually, space to attack Muslim communities, Middle Eastern communities, Jewish communities, LGBT plus communities, and many other communities. And that, unfortunately, is growing. And we always know that there's a connection between what happens in the online space and what happens in the physical world. There's that intersectionality that we always see in the extremism world, but equally as well in the hate space. And one of the things that we've been seeing, obviously on the back of the Southport riots, how the misinformation, disinformation that actually was promoted online, how that on different platforms triggered that mobilization of extremist groups to attack Muslim communities, migrant communities in our streets. But also, we've seen recently now in 2025, far-right groups that are mobilizing and using cryptocurrency to prompt other individuals that are actually with foreign intervention coming from other places like Russia, to actually attract individuals in the UK to go and vandalize mosques, attack individuals walking down the street out of Muslim heritage. And the thing that we've been seeing more and more is the vandalism and attacks on mosques that has been on the increase. That's something that we've seen post-October 7th, but also equally as well now we continue to see it in 2025. So that baseline that Johnny was talking about in anti-Semitism is even much higher as well now across all protected characteristics, but specifically in anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim hatred is very much noted. And it's the unfortunate space when you see, again going back to the online space, when you see anti-Muslim hatred flourishing and your algorithm is only showing you anti-Muslim hatred all the time, you end up really eventually committing acts of violence towards Muslim communities or Jewish communities by default, because all you're consuming is that narrative of hate towards Muslim communities or Jewish communities. And that's one of the worrying signs that we're seeing more and more in our trends.
Basically, you absorb it. And do you feel it's actually starts in the online space and then spill over to the reality, or is the other way around?
I think both spaces feed into each other. Both the online and the offline, they go hand in hand. But I think the bit that is for us more and more worrying is that before we made big steps by working with social media platforms, by taking accounts that were on the far right or on the Islamist side that actually would push that narrative, anti-Semitic narrative, extremist narrative, anti-Muslim narrative. And these accounts were taken down. It took a lot of work of organizations like ourselves, CST and others, to actually work with social media companies to actually take these accounts down, years of work. And within an instant, these accounts are back online now, promoting that narrative, promoting divisive language, but equally as well getting amplified by individuals, by administrations, by political leaders across the world, that actually giving them kind of the green flag that they can say whatever they want and without any repercussions. And with changes across the platforms where the hate detections have been taken off, where there's no fact checkers, even it's like community notes where people can take screenshots of stuff and share it to promote hate and extremism. That's something that is becoming I'd say, a battle that we're all fighting, but unfortunately, sometimes there's not much we can do, realistically.
Yeah, absolutely. You see Meta now abandoning fact-checking. The US will come soon in Europe as well, so it is worrying indeed. I would like to open the floor to actually the audience. You can raise your hand, briefly introduce yourself, and you can ask questions to our three speakers, but also the chief superintendent that spoke before. Do you have any questions? We'll pass the microphone around. Yep, we have one question here. If you feel comfortable, you can stand up.
Yeah, sure. hatred. My name is Rita Isiba. I'm the managing director of ZARA. ZARA is an organization in Austria that helps victims who are affected by racism, all forms of racism, and with that, also anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim hatred. Now, we're a little bit in a predicament because we don't close the door to anyone. We make sure that everyone who is affected come to us, and we provide psychosocial advice to empower them, but also, if they want to and if they're brave enough, take legal action. Now, the question that I have is that I can relate to everything that was said, even to the superintendent. I really appreciate the really powerful words. But one of the issues that we're dealing with is online hatred, cyber violence. It's already been mentioned. I really appreciate, Iman, that you mentioned it. Now, the problem is this. Most entities and institutions and even people in everyday home don't know how to overcome the hate speech. There are consequences and impact on the health of dealing with the hate speech. So that's one thing. That's one element of the cyber violence. But what I also have found is that there's a lack of space of various stakeholders coming together to bring solutions. I appreciate that right now we're speaking more about the challenges, but there are so many, I have this feeling that we're all working in silos. And what I would have loved to see is to really have a space where we can exchange what we have realized. For example, what we have realized on the online platform is that the algorithm cannot read memes. And we all know that memes are being used to convey a lot of racist anti-Semitism or anti-Muslim or any sort of hatred towards a human being. And hardly anyone does anything about it. Us individuals or us as a little civil society, we can't do it. I was just wondering if you also have that experience, and if you could also give an example that we can share it here and perhaps talk about later on. Thank you.
Who wants to take the question?
Yeah, so maybe I'll pick up on this, and a very good question, and it's good to see you here. There's one thing we do within the organization, not just in terms of taking the reports, it's the support, and absolutely you're talking about the impact on the well-being, the mental health of individuals, and I can tell you that some of the cases where we offer victims counseling services, we see the way trauma has actually been the driver of what has been happening specifically in the online doxing and harassment and abuse and threats. One of the things that we do when we pick up on some of the information, it's not just the stuff that is being reported into us on anti-Muslim hatred, but also what we come across around anti-Semitism, homophobia, and other stuff, is share it with our partner agencies. So we work very closely with CST in the UK. We share that knowledge, that information, we flag it and we report it to police forces, to social media platforms as well, and we keep on persevering. But one of the other things that we do is as well try to educate the younger generation how to spot this, report this, how to stay safe online, because obviously there's steps on how you can stay safe as well online, but equally as well how to produce as well a counter narrative to what you can see where possible. Sometimes it's impossible, but where possible. And how to do fact checking, because of the spread of misinformation and disinformation. So there's a few things that we're happy to share with you, but I think one of the strengths that we've built across the years in Tilmama is actually strengthening the relationship with other organizations, and specifically the Community Security Trust, so CST, and more beyond October 7th even. Why? Because the challenge of racism, of hate, of what's happening in the cyber world is not just towards Muslim communities, it's towards all of us. As communities, as a society, and I think we need to have that partnership approach. The last thing that I would say, we have a kind of lexicon or kind of database of memes and language that we see online and algorithms that would be happy to discuss how we can share that information with you. That would help as well other civil society organizations on this.
Thank you, Imam, and thank you. You're absolutely right, of course. And also what you're saying is what can we do, right? And what can we do as CST or Tilmama or from your organization, right? Against Musk, right? And Zuckerberg, right? And just the flooding of hate, the 20 years ago, if I wanted to access violent anti-Semitic discourse, I'd have to go to a post office, right? Set up a postal box, send some money to some other postal box, and then a month later I get some bad quality black and white newsprint called Heritage and Destiny, where I can read about the far right. Now, what I and my 14-year-old nephew can do is that they can pick up their phone and it's there. And it's not just there, it's being pushed to them. And we see it with the, we were talking about trends of data. What we've seen over the last 3 years is the amount of young people impacted by anti-Semitism, both as offenders and as victims, has increased from 10% to 20% of our data, right? From 18 years and younger. What's part of the reason? The part of the reason is that they are consuming hate and are being subjected to violence and anti-Semitism online. And now it's much easier to access even than it was 2 years ago because of what Iman outlined. So what can we do, right? Not very much, to be honest, as organizations swimming against this tide like King Canute, right? There's not very much that we can do. We can rely on governments, so the Online Safety Bill, which I think is the equivalent of the Digital Services Act in the EU. Quite frankly, I don't think it's going to be that impactful, and part of it might be watered down in order to improve our trade and tariffs relationship as Britain with the US, because they're US-based organizations, and then it'll be even less effective. And it was written 7 years ago, and by the time it comes into effect, we're all going to have AI chips in our eyeballs telling us what to do, right? This is the speed of change, right, and the impact that it has. I'm coming to what Saad Amrani said, right, is what can governments do, because it's a governmental and it's an international issue. From my perspective, I think there needs to be, you spoke about citizenship. I see that as community cohesion, right? There needs to be a strategy, right, where fundamental values of being British, being European, needs to be defined, and they're wide. And then underneath that, there needs to be some work, and a lot of that work, I think, is in education, right? What can government do to encourage young people with critical thinking, to understand misinformation and disinformation, as well as tackling and trying to push back the tide? But what can they do to, I don't know, really interesting, in Australia, right, they're floating this law that is it illegal to under 16 or under 14, right? 16, right, to access online, access social media. That's really interesting, right? More and more schools are saying, that's it, no more devices in school, right? All of that stuff is really interesting, but there needs to be a governmental, possibly international approach to tackling this, because as much as we can have trusted flagger status, right, and work with, the very nice policy people and stakeholder engagement people at Meta and wherever, we also need to understand our limitations as community-based organizations.
I just want to add something on what you just said. So what we've seen, we're also trying to help students filing complaints whenever they are subjected to violence online or hate speech directly on campus. And what we've seen is that every time we file a complaint, it's very difficult to prove that it's anti-Semitism. And why is that? Is that in Belgium, and I speak about the judicial sector and also the academic sector, there's absolutely no definition of what anti-Semitism is. So for students, as well as for teachers and for police that receive complaints, there's no framework saying, okay, that's hate, that's not, that's anti-Semitism, that's not. So it's very difficult to file complaints. And what I see as a potential response to this is, and I speak about universities, but also organizations speaking with students and with young people, is organizing spaces where there can be a dialogue between Jewish students experiencing hate, Muslim students experiencing hate, so that people can understand from the point of view of the people living it, what anti-Semitism or anti-Muslim hate looks like today, what brings it, how we can spot it online, how we can spot it with other concepts that people know nothing about, like anti-Zionism or any other concept that is actually hate hiding behind it. So I think that might be the best way to do it. It's just to bring dialogue, to bring students or young people to speak with each other and explain why it's anti-Semitism, why it's anti-Muslim hate, and just exchange practices about what can be done to fight against it.
We have one question in the back, and then I'll come to you.
Yes, yeah, okay. Thank you to all the panelists for sharing their experience. But what I would like to specifically address here, and actually I'll be happy to have all of your comments, including the comment of Superintendent, the Brussels Superintendent Chief, it's the attitude of political parties. The political parties, certain political parties, have been fueling hate by distortion of information, false comparison, in particular in the case of the Gaza-Israel, the Hamas-Israel war. And I was wondering about what we are going to do with the political class, the mainstreaming, unfortunately, of certain forms of hate in the political discourse. Second point, and it's specifically relevant to Belgium, I'm afraid. The state has a duty to protect and to model a certain way of expressing empathy in certain situations. And unfortunately, while I have noticed that the French state has been extremely firm and reactive, we had a demonstration on anti-Semitism co-organized by the French National Assembly and the Senate back in 2023. I'm afraid we haven't seen that and noticed that at the level of the Belgian state. I felt so depressed to see an open letter of CCOJB calling the Prime Minister at the time, mid of last year, to don't let the Jewish community down. I felt very depressed to see that. So I just would like your comments on the basis of your experience in the countries you are living in about the responsibility of the political class and the state in terms of modeling attitude and behavior. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who would like to start?
Thank you for your question. It's true that my battlefield is more on the student level, but in Belgium, the universities are funded by the government, so of course they have a responsibility of whatever's going on campuses, and I can only deplore, because I have the same, I see the same things, that most people in political parties are afraid to speak about anti-Semitism and are not supporting the Jewish community enough. What I can say about it is that there's a huge reason for this is electorate reasons, and probably because the Jewish community is very small in Belgium and in most countries, and that's a weakness we have. We are very few. And that's probably why most political parties don't take this issue serious enough. We are trying as students to speak with political leaders, national, international, European leaders, to see what can be done to help Jewish communities across Europe, Jewish students, and to see what we can do to help them. But I'm afraid I can only have the same view on what's happening in Belgium. I don't know what's happening in the UK.
Thank you. Listen, I agree that there's a responsibility of the state and the political class to kind of talk with responsibility. I can't talk about what occurs in various different European states or within the European Union institutions. But actually in the UK on anti-Semitism, obviously we've had a recent change of government from Conservative to Labour, pretty solid. It's a relatively unifying issue, and each party actually is prepared to work with each other, and basic stuff around funding for security for the Jewish community has kind of passed with the baton, and it hasn't been used as a political football. And on anti-Semitic specific issues, there is a clarity of condemnation. Israel is less clear, but at CST, even though obviously kind of anti-Israel elements and anti-Zionism seeps into anti-Semitism, and it's becoming more and harder to disentangle, of course. But at CST, we don't do Israel campaigning, and therefore we have, as an organization, a clarity of purpose on anti-Semitism and communal security. But that's where it's less clear-cut, and where people are leaning into positions for political benefit. And that brings me to my final point, is that the last election we saw what could be described as sectarian, or the introduction of more sectarian politics into the British political system. In particular, there was an organisation called the Muslim Vote that organised campaigns in areas with significant Muslim communities. Basically a single issue party, right? Kind of talking about Gaza, not necessarily talking about the bins or education or the economy, but talking about Gaza, and using that to vote in independent MPs. And there is a real fear in the UK that this sectarian method of engaging with politics will continue, and you know, as somebody from the UK, as somebody that believes in liberal democracy, as a European, that's something that I don't think will bring any benefit to wider society, irrespective of who you'll be voting for. It's not healthy to vote along those lines and on that basis.
On the anti-Muslim hatred side of things, it's actually being used as a political football. And there are some in politics that shy away from talking about it and don't want to talk about it because of votes, because of allegiances, and they don't want to address it. I think on the Israel-Hamas war, I agree with Johnny and what he said in terms of the stance of the UK government, on the previous government as well as the current government, and I agree totally on the sectarian element that we're seeing more and more on the rise. And while yes, in all political, I think, spheres, we need to address issues around human rights and talk about issues that happen globally, I think using this as a tool to create further division in society, that what we've been seeing actually in July last year during the elections, is one of the things that I think has not happened before in the UK, where you'd see actually individuals absolutely running their whole campaign based on what's happening in Gaza, based on what's happening in the West Bank, but not talking about what really is happening in the UK or addressing that. And that's something that we've seen that has picked up momentum and continues to pick up momentum in the UK, not just in national campaigns and national elections, but also local elections. So that's a concern that we see, because it's not just the issue of Israel-Gaza, it's also other issues that are impacting communities in the UK, that are creating further division and impacting community cohesion, which I think, again, going back to politics, going back to governments, going back to what could be done, while we can speak from our spaces in civil society, I think there's a lot that I think governments need to be held accountable for.
Okay, one last question. A quick, sorry? Oh, okay, sorry. You can have, ask your questions when you have a break.
Yeah, I don't have a question. I just wanted to say something to what you had said actually before the question was asked. So my name is Arzu Muhtar. I work for the European Parliament, and unfortunately I cannot stay long, even though it's super interesting and I would love to, but I have to go back to my committee. So basically what I wanted to say is I think we all can agree that no child is born with hatred, and I think you are being formed by your parents, mainly in the first few years, but afterwards school becomes a really important, plays a really important role in a child's life. And I think working for the Committee of Culture and Education, I think the main focus we should put actually on the children's education. And I'm happy to hear that there are people from the European Commission here. Maybe they know, they've heard, because since October 7th, we actually had incidents also in the European schools. For those who don't know what the European schools are, these are the schools that are attached to the EU institutions, so people that work in the Commission or in the European Parliament, members of European Parliament send their kids to these schools. And there were quite a few anti-Semitic incidents in these schools. Personally, I've heard of some, but also from other parents. And I think this is something we really need to tackle. It's really what is being taught in school, what the teachers give to these kids, what is being discussed within the kids, and this is something that I think we should put the focus most on, because when a child comes home and the parents talk about what they see in the media, and not everybody agrees on something, some people say things in front of their kids that the kids maybe should not hear, and the kid, of course, is loyal to the parents, so when the parents say, these Jews, they're killing the poor Muslim people, then the kid thinks, oh, this is the truth, and then he goes to school, and then he spreads this in school, and voila, you have a vicious circle. And I think teachers play a key role here. And I grew up in Germany, I'm from Germany, and even though in Germany also this is changing now, I can tell you that everybody should take actually an example from there, because it's still being discussed, it's still being talked in Germany about what is anti-Semitism, even though it's getting less and less, I know, but I think this in other EU countries is not as much as on the agenda as it should be, especially after October 7th. So this is all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Yeah, your question, very quick one, and then we're going to have a break.
Thank you very much. Given there's a history of anti-Semitism within the political left, and I cite the issue of Jeremy Corbyn, whether people like it or not, I'm going to cite him because he's a good example of the kind of anti-Semitism that entered the Labour Party. I would like to ask you on the panel, do you actually think this current Labour Party has managed to get a grip with the anti-Semites that are just in the penumbra of local associations, etc.? And do you think there's a real ongoing problem with the political left and the embedded anti-Semitism and Islamism? Because I'm going to, like Saad, I'm going to call it what it is. You know, we can talk Islamophobia, which is important to tackle. I'm a Muslim. I'm assuming Saad is a Muslim. We can talk about it because we're Muslims. But hey, don't put our heads in the backsides, because Islamism and groups like the Muslim Brotherhood are a toxic nonsense that are fueling the hatred in our communities, and we need to call it out and stop mincing about the subject. Right? So, sorry about the statement, but I'd love you to answer the political left issue.
Tough one.
Thanks for the very loaded question, Fiaz. Fiaz and I know each other very well, so I know exactly what's driving that question and where it's coming from. Listen, there was a huge issue within, as it's been well documented, from 2015 up to 2019 in the establishment political left, with the capture of the Labour Party by the extreme left and by Jeremy Corbyn and his acolytes, and the flooding of anti-Semitism that came into it. Keir Starmer took over, and he made it a priority, in his words, to expel the anti-Semitism from the party. And you can argue as to whether he did that because he saw it as being politically convenient for him to do so, or whether he truly believed it, or any other reason. And I'm not here to cast aspersions or judgment on his motivations for doing so, but I'm here to look at the factors and the methods that he put into place. So the first thing he did is that he accepted the EHRC recommendations that labelled the Labour Party as institutionally anti-Semitic. He looked to undertake the recommendations, and he went further to do so as well. So, yes, there will be anti-Semites in local authorities, and there will still be anti-Semites who are members of the Labour Party, as there are anti-Semites that are members of the Conservative Party, the Liberal Democrats, the Green Party, and any other political party that exists in the country. Is the Labour Party still institutionally anti-Semitic? I don't think so. I think that the processes that the Labour Party had to put in place in order to safeguard itself from what had occurred actually now have ensured that those processes are best practice. And I think that the traditional, more Jew-friendly party, the Conservative Party, actually now has a lot to learn from the Labour Party with regards to what can they do to undertake proper due diligence on people who are seeking public office under, their political patronage. What can they do when there is an accusation or evidence of anti-Semitism from within the party? What action can be taken? And actually now, the Labour Party's processes are the flag wavers, but what we've also seen is an explosion of anti-Semitism and all forms of hate crime over the last 18 months. So therefore, there will be more anti-Semitic discourse out there, and there's going to be more likelihood that there are going to be people that do buy into that discourse, whether they know it or not. They don't have to be an active anti-Semite to be influenced by anti-Semitic ideas. And yes, there will be anti-Semitism, which is why this is an ongoing fight. It didn't start on October the 8th, right? And it's not going to end tomorrow, right? It's something that we always have to guard ourselves against and ensure that we are resilient as communities. And also, I just want to, sorry, I know that I'm going on a bit. I just want to end, because I don't know if we're going to have time to just have a summation. But I just think it's really important that as a Jew and as Jewish communities, we're not defined by anti-Semitism. We're not defined by our weaknesses, right? We're not defined by what makes us scared. Actually, one of the most amazing things that I've seen, whether it's in the British Jewish community or other Jewish communities that I've had the privilege of engaging with, post-October the 7th, is the solidarity and a confidence and a strength and a resilience that I didn't know existed. And the coming together of communities and the desire to work with other communities because we understand what is sacred. And I think that's what we should define ourselves by. We should define ourselves by our confidence. We should define ourselves as a Jewish community, as a successful minority community, a well-integrated community that hasn't assimilated, right? That agrees with fundamental values of citizenship, right? And actually, that's something for us as a Jewish community to be proud of, and that's how I feel that we should be defined, and that's how I feel that we can build better resilience with other faith and minority communities.
Thank you so much.
So you kind of picked a few words that I wanted to say, Johnny, and maybe responding on Faz's point more around, given that Johnny covered the whole topic on anti-Semitism, it's more about the ones on the political left or others that actually try to undermine the values that Johnny just talked about, the fundamental values that we all fight for, using the notion of division or the notion that if you talk or engage with Jewish communities or LGBT communities, then you're really not defending the rights of the communities you represent. So for example, in the context of the work that we do, we get attacked by the political left, we get attacked by individuals from our own religion that actually feel that we should only be talking about anti-Muslim hatred, talk about anything that is impacting Muslim communities and don't engage with other communities. Why should we do that? That's exactly where they come from. And for us, the values that we stand for are values that we're proud of, are values to stand against all forms of hatred, all forms of extremism, to work with other communities. And no matter what happens, we will continue to do that. So there is a fight today around the values, around what makes us a better, resilient society. And it's a fight that most probably is going to get harder. It's not a fight that's going to get easier, because we see that every day, and we're fighting for that every day. And sometimes you get attacked heavily for that, and it's about how you keep your head above the parapet and continue to stand for the values that we all want to have, the values of freedom, of being able to move around as a Jewish person wearing the Star of David without being attacked, being able to move around as a Muslim woman without being attacked, being able to move around as a person, an individual, a human being without being attacked. So let's reflect on our humanity and our values that unite us rather than divide us.
Thank you so much. I think this was is a perfect note to end with. We're gonna have a little break now until 12 past 5. Enjoy. You can keep talking and the conversation, networking just in the room outside there. And thank you once again for the speakers, for your insights. I was deeply inspired. Thank you. All right. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your coffee. I certainly did. And I swear I'm not one of those Italians who complain about coffee 24/7, but I really did enjoy it. Welcome to our second panel and session. We have already our guests here. If you are leaving before the session ends, I just want to remind you to sign our joint declaration. You'll find it just where you had the coffee. Please do. And another small reminder, if you're posting anything on social media, please do not tag the location until the event finishes. After tonight, after 5, hopefully if we're on time, you can do so, but not before then for security reasons. So thank you. So our second panel is best practices of interfaith cooperation, strategies for fostering solidarity and combating discrimination. Now, again, as a journalist, pretty much what I do in my time is Control F, press releases, and cooperation and solidarities are words that I come across very often. But what does that mean in practice? I am actually really interested to see, is this just big words, buzzwords that, especially in Brussels, we like to use, or can we do something, in reality? And I think we have the honor to actually hear from projects. I'm going to start with you, Ellie Kagan, and you are the head of crisis management at the Security and Crisis Center. And Iman, again, welcome back to our stage. Can you tell us more about your project? Are there any missteps, challenges that you faced, and maybe where did you find hope again? If you have a presentation, you can use the pointer there to change slides.
Thank you. First of all, I'm very happy to contribute to this panel and to this great event. It's a pleasure to see all of you today. We're going to speak about this SACC project, Safer and Stronger Communities in Europe. But I would like to start by also expressing how important is to find the right partners for a project. And I must say it took us 3 phone calls to build this consortium. Faith Matters, SACC BAJC, CEC, and the European Buddhist Union. We met each other at platforms and conferences organized by the European Commission. So we knew each other. We knew also that we shared the same vision of the world, also speaking the truth and working for our communities. And I remember Iman called us, and 2 phone calls later we built our consortium with the partners, so it was extremely easy, and it still is, actually. So from partnership, we also build, of course, this project. But more than that, I do believe that we build also a friendship, all of us. So this is not the new slogan of Benetton brand. It's actually working well, and more than that, also we deliver. we deliver to our communities, and I do believe that we also contribute to maybe a positive note to our civil society. I would like to thank Saddam Rani for setting up the basic of our discussion today. I think what you mentioned, Fiaz, was very, very clear. When we started this project, also understanding each other, that we were facing the same kind of threat. I must say that although we have Jewish communities have unfortunately quite an experience in the security matters, it was also very, very interesting for us to understand what was going on in other communities. And I think we were extremely surprised by the number and the severity of anti-Muslim, anti-Christian, anti-Buddhist incident also in Europe. We knew about anti-Semitic incident, but not about what other faith were actually suffering for. We have several examples here on the pictures, but definitely places of worship was a preferred target also for terrorists. And this is also why the European Commission was promoting a project. Iman, you can cut me whenever you want, you know. I give you the microphone. So this is our consortium. The kickoff meeting also, the European Commission, DG Home contribute also to the event, setting up the basics for this 3 years project. And actually the objective of this project was to increase the security, the protection, and also the resilience of all faith communities. So the 4 organizations, of course, we work with our affiliates, but there have been also numerous interfaith events where actually communities were able to exchange about their insight, about their fear, but also about best practices. Our colleague from the ZARA organization mentioned about living in silos. I think this is, first of all, I think we agree. But this project was actually to also build bridges between communities, and to some extent, at our level of organization, I think we perform quite well. But still, a lot has to be done, of course. So maybe, I mean, this is the SACC 1 ended several months ago, but I do believe that also the Commission acknowledged the relevancy of this project, and SACC 2 has actually already started, so we can also continue to deliver. Iman, you want to say a bit something about the ambassador and the reporting?
So maybe just to echo what Eli has said about the partnerships and how we got together. It took us just 1 or 2 phone calls to build that partnership on the basis of the ethos, the values that we stand for, but also that importance of really helping each other and protecting each other and standing in solidarity with each other. And one of the things that we've seen that was maybe in the context of Muslim communities and Jewish communities is recent attacks that have been taking place on places of worship, but also on communities. And we saw in the previous session the rise in anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim hatred. I think it was something new for the Christian communities and for the Buddhist communities to understand, but also to start accepting that it's happening. We need to document it, but also we need to work on protecting our places of worship. And part of the project was for us to develop a website where people can report in incidents of any type of hatred targeting any community, faith community or non-faith community, and then it gets triaged into the community that deals with it. But on the back of that, and within our project, we trained ambassadors within the different faith groups. And that enabled communities to have a trusted entity, a trusted ambassador, a trusted contact to go to actually report in, speak to them in confidence, that can report on their behalf about what's happening in their communities. And the first reports that we picked up within our website were actually reports targeting Buddhist communities. That came about after each and every session of training that we delivered, which was for us a great measure of success, because while we know that Buddhist communities, Christian communities are being attacked, it's not being documented and people are not coming forward to report it. So that was for us one as well measure of success. But the other thing is, as we know, within all faith communities and non-faith communities, you always have the challenge of who do you speak to, who do you not speak to? Which church do I go into? Which church do I not go to? Is there any politics behind it? The same thing with mosques, the same thing with synagogues, the same thing with Buddhist temples as well. And it was interesting to see how we managed to bring the different communities together from the different faith backgrounds, but at the same time face those challenging conversations. So you'll have challenging conversations like, oh really, are you really working with Christian communities? Are you really working with Buddhist communities? Are you really working with Jewish communities? And you kind of have to answer it in a way to actually, one, talk about the importance of working together, partnership, solidarity, but also the threat that is rising across all communities. And that was one of the things that was an easy buy-in from communities by understanding what they're going through, so the evidence. And that was based on the monthly reports that we produced every month from across the 4 partners. We would submit reports to EU officials and trusted partners about what we're seeing in terms of the level of incidence of anti-Muslim hatred, anti-Semitism, anti-Buddhist hate, anti-Christian hate coming from the ambassadors network, but also some that we would be as well documenting alongside threats of extremism towards these communities. And we would share this. And that as well built a model for other faith communities, like the Christian communities and Buddhist communities, to understand how this could be collected, documented, and taken forward. And this was for us as well a way to be able to showcase why there's a need for a project like SACC, which is important, but also how we can empower other communities to pick this as a best example.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I ask you a follow-up question?
Anytime.
Very quickly, because it's very interesting to me, and this is a question I have a lot. You clearly did work on intervention, right, to map, monitor, but if you had to choose between prevention of attacks, violence, and intervention, so post-intervention, which one would you choose? I know ideally both, but in your experience.
I have maybe a cynical answer.
Go for it.
For you, is that prevention is much more cost-effective than intervention. This being said, and I'm saying not only in terms of money, but in terms of cost of life. This being said, there is no intervention. I'm saying this under the control of our police expert, but it's impossible to have a proper intervention without preparation. So this is what also what SACC is about, what this project is about enabling communities to raise their awareness regarding the threat, but also about the best practices they can adopt to secure their communities, to offering them basic tools of securities, but also to make them understand that actually they can play a role not only in their security, but also in their resilience. So you mentioned some communities like our Buddhist friends, they had absolutely no clue that it was possible for a faith-based organization, a community, to have crisis management capabilities.
Wow. Thank you. Perfect. We're going to go to our next speaker, Shannon Seban. You're a city council member of Ornay-sous-Bois. Pardon my terrible pronunciation. You're responsible for promoting laïcité and combating discrimination. I think it's fair to say that your story is absolutely inspiring as a Jewish woman for everybody here in the room. You faced physical attacks, violence, and to me, what's the most inspiring thing is that you didn't let these things put you down, and you fought for it, and you refused to, give up.
where did you find hope? And maybe can you tell us about your experience in France, perhaps?
Sure.
How's there discrimination? How do you, see interfaith cooperation going there?
Thank you for this question, and hi everyone. I'm really happy to be here today in Brussels, and I would like also to thank you AGC and Faith Matter for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity to discuss about my personal experience when it comes to fighting anti-Semitism, but also any kind of racism and discrimination. To be fully honest with you and to answer your question, the journey has not been easy, but it has shaped who I am today. As you mentioned, in 2023, I was attacked by the extreme right for being Jewish, and especially my physical appearance of Jewish woman was targeted. With this sentence, I could never forget. Even if you want to forget she is Jewish, you cannot, because of her nose, which is kind of a threat to the world. I decided to file a complaint, and it was like someone who was a far-right neo-Nazi, let's say, activist who has decided to target me online. And 1 year later, in June 2024, when I was running for the French Parliament, I have decided to run against Mathilde Panot in France, who is the leader for the far left political party at the French Parliament. So I perfectly knew that this fight was lost from the beginning, because the place where she was elected was like a far left zone area, kind of, but I wanted also to run against her because of all the declaration and statements they have made from October 7 when it comes to promoting anti-Semitism in our country and so on. And one day when I was like in the streets trying to promote like my program and my leaflets and so on, I was, let's say, attacked under the shouts of dirty Zionists, and this also reveals the new face of anti-Semitism in the world, which is anti-Zionism. So after that, I have been put under police protection, and I find that this is like revealing of the evil in our society, that today when you are like 29 years old, that you would like to be involved in politics and that you are Jewish, you have to be put under police protection. I mean, we fail at some point, and we also have to recognize it in order to move forward. And I perfectly agree with your words, Adam Rani, when you say that there is a failure, and basically we need to recognize it in order to move forward and to accept, to question where did we fail in order to identify the failure and to work on it. So actually, after this experience, that was really difficult for me, because my religion is a private matter. And this is also like the concept of French laïcité, of secularism. Religion is at home. And the state is also here, the state, is also here to guarantee the fact that you can practice your religion or not. And because of that, publicly, now I am the Jewish. And I have like a lot of difficulties with this, and there was like many doubts coming into my mind and so on, but I found hope. And I have decided to turn a negative into a positive. Why? Because I have received a lot of support of Jewish, of course, but not only. From the Muslim community, for the Christians community, from atheists as well. And this was like an example of interfaith solidarity and like, let's say, cooperation. And because of this interfaith solidarity, I have decided to fight now and to become, let's say, a warrior in this fight against anti-Semitism, but not only. I am fighting against racism, discrimination, anti-Muslims act, xenophobia, homophobia. Like, at the end, all types of discrimination that are conducing to AIDS. And a few months ago, I have been appointed by the municipality of Rosny-sous-Bois, where I was elected from 2020, with a new mission which is a new function that we have just created in the city of 50,000 inhabitants. And I am now in charge of combating discrimination, but also of promoting laicity. So I'm really happy about this new mission, but I would like to tell you about a story. A short story, but it's quite interesting to understand why do we have hate today in our society, and why do we have discrimination, racism, anti-Semitism today in our society. On March 21st, in the world, it was the International Day to fight against racial discrimination. Okay? I have decided, as part of my function, to organize towards, let's say, young students age 14 years old, a workshop with an organization whose name is Coexist. And the goal of this organization is to go in schools and to fight against all types of cliches and stereotypes from school. And the idea was to ask students to tell what the following words made them think of: Jewish, Arabs, Christians. Guess what? For Jewish, students told that the word make them think of Zyklon B, Hoven, genocide, Hitler, rich people. For Arabs, they say that they were rogue, poor, and let's say something really harmful for the society. For Christians, they told us about cross, cheese, and wine. What's behind this story, which can be funny at some point, but not funny at the end? It's we can see that this is from school, that all the cliché and stereotype are embedded. And we have, in the same way, to fight against this from school, by education. So, of course, interfaith dialogue is quite important, but I am pretty convinced that if we all made our efforts, we all involve our efforts to fight against stereotypes and all kind of discrimination from school, that could be the solution. And my last point, because you also asked me about hope. When I tell people, when I'm traveling all around the world in order to share my story, I tell people, I'm really convinced that interfaith cooperation is not part of the solution. Interfaith dialogue and cooperation is the solution. And all of them look at me thinking I am an alien. Like, she's crazy? Seriously? Interfaith dialogue? Yes, I'm pretty convinced about that. Because when I'm traveling in the south of France back in August 2024 to affirm my support with Imam Hassan Chalgoumi, who is Muslim, with a priest, with some rabbis, and when we have this global picture of the three religions that are supporting a Jewish community, the Muslims community, or the Christians community, that makes sense. Because it transcends differences. We are all brothers and sisters. And if we stand together to fight all kinds of discrimination, I'm pretty sure that that can help. I have been also in Italy to the Vatican to attend the Great Mass, and my recent trip was in Abu Dhabi. And in Abu Dhabi, in the United Arab Emirates, we also have to recognize that they have decided to embody at a high level of the government this idea of tolerance and coexistence. They do have, from now 2016, a Ministry for Tolerance and Coexistence. They do have decided to sign in 2019 the Declaration of Fraternity, of Human Fraternity, the Declaration of Abu Dhabi, and to dedicate 2019 as the year of tolerance. So if there is a will, there is definitely a path in order to make interfaith dialogue and this idea of peace and of fraternity a reality.
Oh, thank you so much. I love how you choose politics as a means to justice, and you're willing to fight no matter what. We're going to go to our next speaker. We have Manel M. Salami, President of the European Association for the Defense of Minorities. You've also been working as an independent researcher for the Institute of the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy. I think when I was reading about you, what struck me was the intersectionality that exists in your work, from climate change, gender equality, faith, of course. Is there anything, in your opinion, that these three categories, or even more general, share? Is having this intersectionality, did it help you to inform your perspective on anti-Semitism and fight against it?
Thank you very much, everyone, for having me. I would like to thank, first of all, the European Jewish Congress and Ariela, the Director of EU Affairs, for the invitation. Actually, as you mentioned, in my work, I work with so many organizations from MENA and South Asia, with women, with minorities, to fight against anti-Semitism, but also to fight against hate speech, as well as to fight against extremism and Islamism. And women are the victims of Islamist propaganda, unfortunately, especially in these countries, but also in Europe. So we collaborate together with these communities to fight against all forms of hate, of discrimination, but also what brings people together is also these issues of the fight against climate change, because women are, like minorities, the most vulnerable communities when it has to do with climate change. And we don't speak about water crisis, food crisis, for instance, in Yemen or in Sudan. Most of the time, because the media chooses to focus on certain issues rather than focusing on these issues, and also the fight of these women against extremist propaganda, and the fight of minorities like Jewish, Baha'is, Christian minorities in the Middle East, in Syria, in Lebanon, and in Iraq. So the fight that the battle that we have here in Europe is really linked to the battle also of these women, of these minorities, and we should work together. And that's why we have the diaspora here in Europe, like the Muslim and the migrant community, working together hand in hand to promote these values of secularism, of freedom, of gender equality, and also of the fight against climate change, because at the end of the day, this is what brings people together, humanity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Maybe a follow-up question that I have, in 3 words, what makes interfaith partnership successful?
One of the questions that I've been asked to answer for this seminar is, what do you think, how can you foster for solidarity and cooperation? I think what is missing is 2 things, is to focus on youth and women. First of all, youth need to be empowered. They are most of the time marginalized, not only in Belgium or in Europe, because they are not included into the decision process. We need to include them in education. Unfortunately, we don't learn about Holocaust here in Belgium or in Europe, or also in Arab countries. Unfortunately, we don't learn about anti-Semitism. We don't learn about Armenian genocide, about Rwanda genocide, or even Bangladesh genocide, the last genocide which happened 50 years ago. What people have, or young people have, the knowledge that they have is very superficial, because it has to do with the media, with social media, and with artificial intelligence, and we live in a world full of hate speech, unfortunately, online, in the online space, and we focused on that earlier in the first panel. So we need to focus on interfaith dialogue with young people, first of all. Young people need to know about the Jewish community, about the Christian community, the Buddhist, the Hindus community. They don't know about these religions, unfortunately. I had the experience when one of my students, when we went to Paris after the Bataclan hyper-cacher attack, and one of my students told me, this is the first time that I see a rabbi. And this is the first time that I discuss with the rabbi. So this means that I think we missed something in education. We don't focus on interfaith dialogue in education, and that's why we have this prejudice. We are judgmental vis-a-vis the other. This is one thing. The second thing is that we don't focus. I'm sure there are a lot of men here who support gender equality, who are for solidarity and for female leadership, but unfortunately women are not put forward in this battle. They are in this struggle. we need more women engaged in gender equality, in interfaith dialogue, because women are not only the mothers, the sisters, the teachers, they are also half of the society. So if you exclude one part of the society from the interfaith dialogue, it means that there is no interfaith dialogue. And unfortunately, women, they are limited in this sphere into some cultural activities, sharing, which is something very good, sharing an iftar or dinner, or sharing, let's say, some religious, cultural and religious feast like Hanukkah or whatsoever. But at the end of the day, if we don't work together on interfaith dialogue, if we don't establish this together, we are left behind. So I believe that we need to focus on these two issues. And one thing that I noticed, and most of the international organization of women working on that, is that during the Abraham Accords, there were accords between countries, etc., which is very amazing. It is amazing. But the problem is that we miss female diplomacy here. We miss the presence of women. We need more women engaged in interfaith dialogue, also in Abraham Accords and in peace accords. And that's why a lot of women organizations in the world, including Abraham Women Alliance that we work with, are calling for women inclusion in this project, because it's a huge project. It is a very promising project, but we need more women connected to faith, and connected also to dialogue, connected also to academia, to diplomacy, to policy, to leadership. And that's why, at the end of the day, we need to focus on these two levels, because we need them to be included into the dialogue.
Thank you so
welcome.
much. And now, talking about social media, and we touched upon in the panel before as well, the way faith-based communities are framed online. And we have Benjamin Fischer with us. You're an expert on digital resilience and online harms, and you also lead data-driven initiatives. I'd love to hear your opinion on how public opinion is shaped online, especially because of the speed at which it's shaped. And this is a very tricky question, online moderation. Will we ever be able to strike a balance between eliminating hate speech and censorship, or, moderating it? So the floor is yours.
No. Thank
Great.
you. On a serious note, first of all, let me start by thanking, obviously, the organizers and everyone who's in there for inviting us and for putting this amazing panel together, for putting this topic on the agenda. I know how much work goes into these kind of conferences, and as always, it's splendid. And then secondly, I understand that I'm the last speaker that stands between you and lunch. So I will try to limit myself to the given 10 minutes. And feel free to just cut me in case I go a bit too long, which I won't, I promise. All right, so I will speak threefold to answer your question, if that's okay. I will first be a bit on the theoretical, strategic note, to then become more anecdotal and also bring in the idea of interfaith dialogue. And then lastly, basically give you in bullet points what, to my mind, based on these experiences, works and what doesn't. So Perfect. The most important issues. On a personal note, good to be back. Yeah, good to see so many familiar faces in the room, and it has been quite some time since I was able to work on the European level. All right, so on the theoretical level, the two terminologies that I'd like to first define are the terminologies resilience and coalition, as opposed to dialogue. Resilience, at least the way that I used to apply it in the work that I've done in the past few years, we define as the concept of digital resilience. And that, we basically stole it from cybersecurity, defines a system's ability to withstand two attacks or stresses from the outside. And the reason for I wanted to define that is because it means that a resilient community is not a community that does not face challenges or harms. It's a community that is able to withstand to these challenges. So the factor by which we determine success in our work should be how are we able to deal with discomfort. I was very cynic when I answered your first question with a simple no, but what I mean by that is, and that's maybe important to understand, we will never reach the point of an internet without hate. And that's also important to understand because many NGOs, I would argue of the first generation of internet activism, still promise that. And that promise is simply unfair. It's impossible, and it's okay, but we have to acknowledge that. So simple scandalization usually doesn't work. And then the second term that I wanted to define is coalition, right? So as opposed to dialogue, where it's simply about sitting together in a room and getting to know each other, a coalition is being defined by a common goal. Actually, during my time in Brussels, there was an OSCE toolkit that was put out on the market that I highly like to advertise also to this room. Please look it up, a coalition building for non-discrimination. There was also input given by the EJC back in the time. And basically what they said is that in order for different communities to successfully work together, what is needed, as opposed to dialogue, is the idea of a coalition, meaning a common goal. As for the first project that we just saw, for example, this is a coalition because there's a common goal, community resilience to be achieved. So all of this in mind, let's go to the anecdotal side, and there are three basically stories that I'm going to share. One initiative that I think was extremely successful in the past few years that gave us scientific reason to understand where we could maybe heading to into the next few years was by a Google Jigsaw. It's a scientific finding initially from the US that we are able to influence humans' behavior with regard to how they process information. Or to be more bluntly, we have scientific proof that if you show people short videos, they are more likely to understand what facts are true and what facts could constitute disinformation. And this scientific proof, and this was actually part of a funding that I was able to give out, we did it both with the Cambridge University and then later also Oxford University, tried it in the Philippines, in India. Now the latest finding was from Indonesia. So we took a finding from the West, so to say, and translated it to very different cultural regions in the world to basically come to the same conclusion. The only thing that has changed is the margin to which we are able to succeed to influence people's behavior in a, so to say, positive way. So now they speak about 5%. Back then we dealt with 11%. But to cooperate with an organization such as Google Jigsaw means that you can take this content and you can send it out to millions and millions of people. We did it before the European elections, and then later also in India during the elections. And that means that within a very small amount of time, you are able to make sure that disinfo has a less of an impact on an election. In our case, for 11%, around 56 million people who watched these videos. So that means that more than 5 million people were more likely to, during an election campaign, understand what's right and what's wrong. And obviously these findings can be translated to interfaith dialogue, to every other form of activism that we are doing here in the room. The second example is from the very organization. So I work with quite a few organizations. I sit on various boards. I chose, so to say, to come as a representative of Dialogue Perspectives. Obviously also look them up. I think they do great work because they have an interfaith, they put their focus on interfaith work. The thing is that I will also speak about things that didn't go too well, okay? So please don't hold it against them or us. Yeah, I want to open up to you by also telling you stories that maybe are not best, but worst practices. Please don't hold it against them, yeah, or against us. There were two projects that I was a part of. One is the Coalition for Pluralistic Public Discourse, CPPD, one of those acronyms that you don't have to remember. What was great about the project was that it brought together around 60 people that people could describe as public intellectuals. Or to put it more bluntly, everyone had at least 50,000 followers on whatever platform. And for some reason, they also chose me. I definitely don't have 50,000 followers, and I never want to have them. But it meant that we had a group of people that each were, professors, authors, actors, these kind of things. So people who influence, not classic influencers, but people who were famous for what they were doing. And what was good about this project is that it became a trusted group, meaning that we were a group of people that when there were problems, especially with regard to discrimination, we would call each other. So I think the biggest successes were never visible because we were able to avoid escalation. The problems that we had is that the group was so diverse that I was put under big scrutiny also from the Jewish community. Now I would say rightfully so. And it meant that our membership was constantly challenged. And this is not a secret, we haven't spoken about it enough, though I think after the 7th of October, this project broke apart. I remember specifically I celebrated my birthday the year before with a person that was a Muslim influencer, so we were friends, one could say. And our friendship ended on October 7th, unilaterally. And that was not, that was not coming from my side. So what happened in that year, that before that we were able to, share our circle of friends, and on that day we weren't even able anymore to pick up the phone and tell each other what's our problem. Yeah. So the effect to which this project had a problem, I would even go with some of my predecessors in saying that probably I wouldn't join such a project anymore. Yeah, I think my naivete in that sense is over, frankly speaking. The last example, and now I'll be brief, some of the initiatives that are also represented here in the room that I'd like to point out to. By the way, the inoculation campaign, let me also highlight that this is a best practice by the EJC. You will later also hear from Ariella about a campaign that they are doing, which exactly falls under that category. Yeah, so really also from a scientific point of view, you're on the exact right path. So the third point, monitoring. There were a few initiatives that I was able to build so with funding, taking money into hand and trying to fill gaps that we saw between politics and tech, because obviously this is where my expertise now lies. And I think what we saw in the last 4 years is that what really, really works is evidence-based argumentation. Stop being anecdotal. Come with numbers. If you want to change policy, come with numbers. And especially distrust people who only work anecdotally. Luckily, many of the government institutions now have built their own monitoring facilities. I don't know about how we are in Belgium. Just last week I met with the German Ministry of Interior, and I know that they have their own monitoring agency by now. Obviously, CST, DEMOC is one of the organizations I want to put forward, CEMAS and so on. So now coming to a conclusion. What works and what doesn't. I will start with a negative to end on a positive. What doesn't work, open compromise. There are things that I'm not willing to compromise anymore after October 7th, full stop. And I would argue that I was naive. Definitions. I think that if you want to destroy a coalition, start a discussion about definitions, because you will not speak about what really matters, but you will speak about definitions. At the same time, never compromise on your definition. So that's an oxymoron, but it's a challenge that every coalition will face. I don't believe in dialogue, I have to say. I think dialogue is I think dialogue is over. If you don't know, no matter how motivated you are, if you cannot justify why you're spending your time and your money with other communities than your own constituency, then probably you're doing the wrong thing. And also, if you have a particular reason for why you're coming, you will return. If you know that by participating in a conference, my own community will be more secure, you're more likely to come than by just getting a few nice pictures, because they work once, they don't work for an entire year. Well, publicity, I also think that most of the really good coalitions were not in public. What worked very well with the CPPD is the fact that we had a trusted environment. We would not speak in public. Those were our biggest successes. Well, the last point on what doesn't work is, and that maybe I'm too dramatic here, but what I have seen, especially within this group, but also in political discourse, is that our political discussions between the communities become a lot more value-based. And the problem with value-based discussions is that they are existential, meaning that once communities start debating on that level, to support your point, actually, we speak about real societal danger here when it comes to escalation. So keep that in mind, because this is really not only fun anymore. We're speaking about security. And now, what works? The positive note. I still have, I think, a minute, and you'll have lunch soon. Right. So I think, based on, so in a previous position for a larger foundation, I was able to move a significant amount of money. And we worked a bit like a venture capital fund. So we would do small organizations, build them up, few fundings, but trying to see what works and what doesn't. And I think after all of that time and money spent, definitely the initiatives that stayed on and that were successful are the ones that bring a constituency. The times of paid activism are over. 600 million euros, we spoke about this yesterday, 600 million euros per year in private funding. We haven't even started speaking about institutional funding by governments or the European Commission, will be gone by 2027. The effects of this, the magnitude of this on all of our work and European civil society are unimaginable. And it means that if an organization actually speaks for people, they will succeed and their work will actually lead to resilience. That's why your work is successful. That's why the CST has been a best practice in 40 years now? I don't even know. Like back in my times during Brussels, everyone was still speaking about the CST because it's a community-led initiative, and this leads to success. If the community doesn't want to do it, it won't work. Personal trust, obviously, I don't need to speak about that anymore. And then, I mean, basically also supporting your point, what we will also see, and this will answer the question also of the learned lady that spoke beforehand, basically the answer to your last question. With geopolitical tensions rising and the DSA basically being dead or a lame duck, whatever we want to call it, we will see the securitization of the discourse on online harms. The entire sector of trust and safety has imploded. So we will the issue of a proper information society is now an issue of national security. And it means that the money that will go into that sector will be security money. And that will lead to a vast difference in how these issues will be dealt with, which I think on the one hand is good, because it will lead to an end of just saying the internet is a bad place, because it doesn't bring us forward. But the risk that comes with it is that we will start building tools, or we have already started building tools, both legally but also technically, that should they fall into the wrong hands, every nail will be, if you have such a strong hammer, you start seeing nails everywhere. So I'm afraid that we might be on the right path. I just really hope that from a democratic, point of view, we're able to withstand the challenges from within the European Union, because these tools in the wrong hands could actually lead to the exact opposite of what we're trying to reach. Overall, very satisfied with how things are going. I think there's a future to both interfaith dialogue. It's probably the more important than it has ever been. I just really think we should start focusing more on coalition building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you for your honesty as well, and cut the fluff, I would say, and the noise, which is quite difficult nowadays.
And if I may, in order to add something, you are definitely right, and I can see it in Saint-Saint-Denis, where I am elected, and I was born and raised in this department, so I perfectly know the issue over there. There is also something we didn't talk about, the Muslims Brotherhood. And the Muslims Brotherhood are the evil. And today they are also using sport club, they are using education as a mean in order to promote the fact that Western countries are, let's say, a break to the practice of Islam, of moderate Islam. And this is an issue that we do have now in France. And in this situation, because you also told me about the situation in France. Of course, the situation in France is deeply concerning, because we can see that we have a polarization in the society, politically, socially, and also between faith communities. Why is that? Because we do have, and I guess that we need to tell things, we do have some political parties in our countries, that are using communities in order to gain voters. And I saw it during the last election I was running for. I mean, in the cities where I was running for the French Parliament, I saw the far left using the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as a mean in order to gain voters. And their strategy is really simple: to create a division between Jewish and Muslims, to create a division on all subjects between French people. The division for them is a mean to succeed. So, in facing this situation, our common responsibility is to say no. And I am pretty convinced that there is still room for dialogue. Because if we say that there is no room for dialogue, that means that we give them the reason like they are in the right path. And I'm pretty sure they are not. And I can see it in my department where I am elected, acting in schools, trying to teach teachers and to let them understand that they are protected when they're trying to teach laicity in schools. This is really important. And I don't want our system, our French system, our values being threatened by political parties that want to destroy our French Republic. We have a common responsibility in this because the consequences are quite dramatic. I will just end with these figures. In France, while Jews represent less than 1% of the French population, they account for 57% of racist attacks. So 57 racist attacks in France are targeting Jewish people. That's not normal. And we all need to stand together in order to denounce, in order to act, in order to go to the court, in order to go to the trial, to the tribunal, in order to say this is not normal and we need to let nothing unpunished.
Thank you. Okay, one final very quick question and then we'll go for lunch. You can...
Hello everyone.
Sorry, no. Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Basiru Kamara. I'm the president of a CSO called ADAM, which is operating in France. I will define myself as a human rights activist, but right now I'm focusing on the issues of anti-Muslim hatred, which I would like to confirm what Mrs. Seaman just said. In France, it is an outrage that people are not vocal enough about what anti-Semitism, what damages anti-Semitism does to our society, and also what all forms of hatred does to our society. So we're here talking about how we can be more resilient as organizations. First of all, I would like to mention Mr. Amani. I'm sorry, I can't remember your name. Sorry. Yes, Mr.
Sad.
Sad. Sorry.
Of course.
All right, there you go. So I would like to mention about the proposal that Sad made this morning, which were very, very, very rich. And I told him earlier at the coffee break that I did appreciate the proposals and also the warnings that he previously made. But also, I would like to warn about some aspects. From his position, he has the privilege to know which organizations are extremist, which organizations are not recommendable. As civil society, we don't have access to those information. Maybe there should be warnings or red flags raised when those organizations are trying to infiltrate safe spaces like this one, which is very important. And in that matter, I would like to mention, and I'm guessing it's all of us supporting the works of Marion Laris that had to leave earlier because she has other engagement, but she's doing an excellent work, whether it is tackling anti-Muslim hatred and also building bridges between different fights when it comes to anti-Semitism or anti-Roma or anti-Gypsies, which is a fight that we need to have as a whole. There is no fighting anti-Semitism on its own. There's no fighting anti-Gypsies on its own. There's no fighting anti-Muslim hatred on its own. It's all together fight that we need to undertake. And for that to be able to be done, us as civil society, I would like to mention that civil society is not giving up. Civil society is being silenced. Civil society is being shut down financially. Civil society is being threatened. And we don't see our national government standing right there next to civil society and defending the people and actors when they're being under attack. And that needs to be addressed. And also, we also seeing like people from academia even fleeing countries that like France or other countries, because there have been challenging issues that we are all concerned about. But when they're being under attack, the governments are not there to actually protect them. So who is there to protect, say civil society actors? Who is there to protect people from academia undertaking those issues? So it takes the whole of us to stand strong against any type of violence, any type of discrimination, and any type of hate discourse. Because we won't be able to do it in silos. We won't be able to do it on our own, that everybody in his corner. So building larger and broader bridges between fights. That means like having joint ventures. Why not? Because the people who are trying to actually divide us, they have to be more sneaky and more discreet about what they're doing. But when we're standing strong, fighting against hatred and fighting against discrimination, we have to be more vocal. I'm working in an anti-Muslim hatred organization. I have to be more vocal when Jewish people are being under attack. The same thing goes for a Jewish protection organization. When Romas are being under attack, we have to be, all of us, standing strong and being more vocal about what's happening out there. So therefore, maybe we need like some type of joint ventures, even when it comes to raising awareness campaigns. I don't know what is actually preventing us from having like joint ventures and raising awareness. They're going to grassroots organizations and having like Jewish people and Jewish victims of anti-Semitist attacks. They're talking to communities and telling about what they're actually facing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And also, I will end my point with that. We need to insist in what brings us together. Mr. Police said that earlier, and like we need to insist more on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lee, also for your work. 2 words.
Please.
And I swear there will be lunch. Because it could serve as a good example of like best practice, but using the terminology that I work with before. So a common challenge that, for example, the Muslim and the Jewish community, but most other larger minority, but smaller minority groups in your place are either connected to the issues of commemoration. So how do we commemorate crimes against our respective community, that with survivors passing away? And the other one being online hate. No matter how dangerous it is in the end of the day, the numbers are pretty direct. Like whatever we think about the Fundamental Rights Agency and their studies, both in 2018 and 2024, around 90% of Jews in Europe say anti-Semitism is especially a problem online. With the Muslim community, we've been facing around 2/3, I think also you mentioned numbers before, that have been constant. So here are two subjects that both communities face, where it would make a lot of sense to work together, because challenges are pretty much the same. And the few initiatives that I've seen that were especially successful were often also easy ones. We spoke about offline opportunities. I wanted to use that example. So the organization that came with Dialogue Perspectives, they did a commemoration calendar. So it's basically one calendar where all the minority groups involved could just put in their dates. And I know it sounds like a very basic idea. It was just that the dissemination through the respective networks was extremely well carried out. So that it ended up with law enforcement, it ended up in politics. And this one calendar basically became, a symbol of the group. No one really knew what they were doing, but everyone was using this calendar because it was the most concise. And I think when speaking about offline,
A little help.
Really? You just let me talk? Could you hear me? Or
Yeah.
You wanted lunch, I get that. So in short, haptic, small thing, banal, easy idea that can be replicated in every different country regarding the online realm, because it was mentioned, it was actually, there's a project that managed to operationalize the definition of the IRA definition. So a machine can now recognize what anti-Semitism looks like, which was extremely hard with this definition. And this specific idea can be replicated, the technique can be replicated to all the other various definitions that are out there. And these, I think, are, those are low-hanging fruits, those are easy gains that can be replicated in different languages, different countries that we can learn from.
If you allow me 30 seconds. Do you hear me? Okay. Replying to our colleague from France, civil society organizations have very often the feeling that they are alone in their work. And actually, I think it's wrong. And I'd like to quote Saad one more time, but it takes a network to build a network, right? So this is also why we are here today. So before giving you the floor, I would like to invite all the stakeholders today to engage with each other during the lunch onwards to build more coalition and foster interfaith dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one comment on the question of our friend from France. Thank you for your comment. The work of human rights organizations and civil society is very important, and as you said, the problem that we cannot count on the government to tell us, look, this organization works with Muslim Brotherhood, or it is infiltrated or whatever. I think we should rely on ourselves to make our own investigation, because it is even difficult for the government to find out, because never underestimate the ideology of the Muslim Brotherhood and the Islamist extremists, because if you take the example of this is an organization which has more than 60 years. If you take the example of Egypt, of Tunisia, of all these countries which suffered from Muslim Brotherhood, you will find out that they were infiltrated in so many organizations and even within the government. So it's very difficult to find out who infiltrated which organization. So I think we should rely on ourselves. We should have a network together. We should collaborate together, get more information, and also act like raising awareness. If we find something which is really, let's say, alarming, we should, let's say, raise awareness and alert each other and work with each other. So I think this is the strategy that we should adapt, because we cannot rely only on the government or on journalists or whatsoever, because it's very complicated issue, and infiltration is really, really complicated to find out, and it takes time, because they have like more than 60 years. They are really let's say they are really well organized, well infiltrated, not only in the Arab and Muslim countries, but also in Europe, in America, everywhere. So they are very well organized and very, very brilliant. Let's admit it, they are very brilliant in their work. And it's very difficult for young people who are naive to find out if this guy, he's coming from an NGO or from youth organization, as Mr. Amrani mentioned, to find out that he is belonging to the Muslim Brotherhood. He doesn't know about it. So I think we should raise awareness about it, and we should work together. Thank you.
Thank you.
I promise that, thank you so much. I promise this is my last comments, but I just would like to share this with you, because I'm really working on this subject, which is the Muslims Brotherhood. I just have one question to ask you. What are we waiting for in Europe to ban Muslims Brotherhood and to recognize them as being a terrorist organization? Egypt has recognized them as a terrorist organization. The United Arab Emirates have decided to do so. Syria have decided to do so. Saudi Arabia as well. In Europe, only Austria has decided to do so in 2021. And there is a reality, is that the Muslims Brotherhood have found in Europe a playground in order to share their ideology and to try to promote the fact that the Western world is an obstacle to the practice of moderate Islam. And this is particularly preoccupying because, as we said, They are using social networks. They are trying to radicalize young people online. They are trying to use sports as a mean in order to share their ideology, which is very nocive and like a threat to our republic and to our democracy. This is the reality, and we should all make the fight against Islamist terrorism, Muslims brotherhood, our common priority. Whatever our political background is, whatever our religion is, the evil has a name, is the Muslims brotherhood, and this should be our top priority in the coming days, not in the coming years, in the coming days. And we should put all the means at the European level in order to fight against this, because their ideology is a threat to our common values at the European level. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I saw some other people had questions. You're super free to ask them during our lunch. It's gonna be upstairs, so finally, some food. Enjoy, and I'll see you in an hour at 2:30 for the breakout rooms.
And start the second part of today's distinguished conference. Obviously, thank you all for being here. We look forward to having yeah, if I may say, enticing discussion on the issue of understanding and dismantling stereotypes and biases. The session that we're about to enter, the first breakout session, will be twofold. At first, we'll hear from our distinguished panelists, to then afterwards move to the other room and engage in group discussions. So now is the time for you to really also start taking notes. If you find anything inspiring, if there are any irritations maybe, or further questions, note them down, because you will have half an hour towards the end to then engage both with the panelists, but also with each other to exchange ideas, right? So that we leave with tangible outcomes for today's conference. All of this being said, I'm obviously very honored to moderate the second breakout session, and I think we just start going through the presentations one by one. And first, actually, I'd like to introduce, well, we all know her, but still also formally, the EJC Director for European Affairs, Ariela Wojcik, who will speak to us about the campaign, or one of the campaigns, and one of the issues that we also mentioned in the panel before. Ariela, your 10 minutes.
Thank you, Benny. I will do my best to keep the timing. Thank you very much. I'm really happy that we are in a more intimate setting because it will allow us, to have real conversation between us, because there are certain people we don't know. So I'm really, really happy. Just a quick background about this campaign. It was actually my idea. I'm really proud to say it because, yeah, sometimes you do have good ideas, and I do believe it's a good idea. Yeah. Being really completely modest. So it started with two small events that made me think that there's something we need to do. I was walking in the European Parliament, and we were discussing with an MEP, and he was telling me, but in fact, how many Jews are there in total? And I said, just take a guess. And he said, I don't know, 100 million? And he was a member of the European Parliament, so I thought, okay, ignorance is not only, in schoolyards or, in primary school. It's also there. It's also in the European Parliament. And a second little anecdote, that my daughter was in she's in a Jewish school, but so during the day she has, obviously mostly Jewish friends, and then she's going to a gym class with non-Jewish children. And she was so excited to tell them, yeah, today it was Purim and we all dressed up. And they looked at her and said, what's Purim? And I said, you don't know what's Purim? Okay. And she tried to explain, and then she came home and she said, Mom, these people, they didn't know what Purim was. And I said, yeah, and this led to this conversation that we are a minority, and not everybody knows about our culture and our traditions. And I thought how we can do something about it, and also using a means that will speak to the younger generation, and that will not be boring, that will be innovative, and that will be positive also, because we are always, especially in our line of work, talking about anti-Semitism, Holocaust and all these, and as Johnny said this morning, we don't want to be determined by that. So we thought, what could we do? And I really personally, I'm a cartoon fan. I really love cartoons. And I thought, I don't think it exists really a small cartoon that we could share on social media platforms that will explain what is Purim, what is Hanukkah, what is a Jewish wedding, what makes it different from a Christian wedding or a Muslim wedding. So really trying to explain about our tradition. At the same time, of course, we need to talk about the negative sides around it. And we, of course, needed funds, because when I started to go into details how to realize this project, we realized it costed a lot of money. And we found a great production company, and we thought we will create 10 short episodes that will mostly talk about Jewish life, Jewish tradition, and explain it to hopefully as many people as we can, and share it on as many platforms and with as many people or organizations as possible. So thanks to the European Commission, we managed to realize it was really a personal dream, but now it became an EJC baby, this campaign. We're really proud of it. So I will show you now 2 episodes like that. You will see it's called Glad You Asked. And it was very important that in among the characters you have Alex, the non-Jewish friend of Emma and Nathan, who is asking questions, basically. What is this? What is that? You will see a bit the format and our idea, because it has English subtitles, but we also have series with French subtitles and German subtitles. And the idea, when all the 10 episodes will be done, and it will be soon, we expect 2 more, we will be able to share it with museums, with schools, with whoever wants to use it. It's 90 seconds. So now Benny gave me the scientific confirmation that this is the right format to maybe be able to convince someone about something. So if we can tackle some prejudice, I would be very happy. If someone will just learn a little bit more about us, I will be happy, because at the end of the day, ignorance is for me the reason for a lot of the hatred. And as I don't remember who said it, but someone said, yeah, it's the first time, I think it's Manel, the first time I meet a rabbi. It happens to me all the time. Oh, you're the first Jew that I meet. And once somebody told me, I didn't think that you look like that. Like, yeah. I said, yeah, really, but how are we supposed to look? No, but like the Jews in Antwerp, the Jews in Antwerp. I said, yes, I know, but we are not all like the Jews in Antwerp. We have there's a big diversity. So I think there's a lot of work to do in this respect, and probably images will speak louder than words. So I invite you to, I invite the super team, technical team, Alex, to show the 2 cartoons, and then if you have questions, I will be very happy to answer them.
Hey Emma, how many Jews are there in the world?
Glad you asked. Take a guess.
I don't know, 100 million?
Actually, we're only about 15 million.
Really? It feels like we've already gathered 10% today. Thanks for the invite, by the way. It's my first bar mitzvah.
My pleasure. Bringing people together, that's the idea.
Quite the family.
Not all are my family. Some are friends, some are even both.
But everyone looks so different.
Each community has been enriched with its own special cultures and traditions. The Roman occupation of Judea in 70 AD saw the expulsion of most Jews from their homeland and led to their widespread dispersion across the world. Ashkenazi Jews settled in Eastern Europe in the early medieval period. Ashkenaz means Germany in Hebrew. Sephardi Jews are originally from Spain and Portugal. They were expelled in the 15th century. Sephard means Spain.
But it's not just Europe. There are Ethiopian Jews, Yemenite Jews, Jews from China's Kafin community.
Over 80% of Jews now live in Israel or the US, in France, Canada, and the UK.
I had no idea.
You know what? Come over to my place next Friday for Shabbat. You'll get to see what it's all about.
Yes, with pleasure. I still have so many questions.
That's the first one. Just one little note, the voices that you hear besides Alex, who is a professional, voice, these two other voices are real Jewish kids, basically. So we thought it was important also. We can show the second one.
Hi, Emma. Why the fancy dress?
It's Purim, Jewish carnival time.
And the queen outfit?
Glad you asked. It's of Queen Esther, the hero of the story.
A Jewish queen in Israel?
Actually, in Persia, after we were exiled for the first time about 2,500 years ago.
The story of Purim is a complete turnaround. Hidden identities are revealed, tragedies turn into victory, and sadness into intense joy. That is why we dress up.
It begins in Shushan, the ancient capital of the Persian Empire. The Grand Vizier, Haman, conspired to kill all the Jews in the empire.
Haman cast lots to determine the timing, and it fell in the Hebrew month of Adar. He then designated the 13th as the date for his decree. We celebrate Purim the next day.
Why did he want to kill all the Jews?
Different religion, different culture, same story as usual. We read the story of Esther on Purim. Every time Haman's name is mentioned, we boo.
I take it Haman didn't succeed if you're celebrating.
Boo!
Yes, Queen Esther prayed and fasted. She revealed her Jewish identity to her husband, the king, and appealed to him to stop Haman's decree. Haman
Boo!
was arrested, and Esther's uncle Mordechai installed as the new Grand Vizier.
We celebrate with gifts of food and helping the poor.
So all's well that ends well.
Well, unfortunately, hatred seems to always reoccur, as we'll see in our next episode.
But for now, we party. Happy Purim!
That does, in fact, deserve a round of applause. What I especially like is to see how the very experiences that you described, Ariella, would reappear in the videos. So what happened to your daughter is the Purim video, and what happened in the European Parliament was obviously the first. If I may, a lead-up question, what are learnings? So we understand where this came from. We also understand that you were trying to fill a gap here, that you were trying to address, probably a more younger audience, maybe actually also older audience, right? Like this, it might also speak. What are learnings from the campaign? What are things that you have noticed ever since you put it out, now that you're going through it? You said the last 2 episodes are about to come. How's it going?
So the campaign is going really well. And it's funny because it's not the episodes that I thought would work the best that actually work the best. And
like which ones?
For instance, the Shoah episode works really well. And we, on the contrary, as I said, we didn't want to insist on the negative one, but we posted it on 27th of January. Maybe it's the day where we attract attention to this particular topic. But the Shoah episode on TikTok, on Instagram, worked really well, like over 1 million views. So the engagement was very good. So that was one thing. So it's not like for me, Purim is the fun, the nice, but maybe not working as well as the Shoah one. Of course, we were always very sad and disappointed about the comments that we would get on these cartoons. When you think that a cartoon, for instance, on Shabbat would be rather consensual, rather fine in terms of, public reaction to it. So we received comments like, oh yes, Jews are resting on Shabbat and killing Palestinian children on Sunday. So these kind of comments that were very sad. Of course, we leave it because it's important that people see also why we are doing these cartoons, to address the stereotypes, the prejudice, the importation of the conflict, all that, it's there, it's visible in the comments. But we don't want to be, we will not be depressed by it, we will continue. And our goal is, because we created episodes that are not related to, politics or a particular situation, so we can use it in 10 years, in 15 years. It will stay in our collective library, and I really invite all of you to use them in, even in a personal environment. My kids love them, voila. I think it's a little, piece in the castle, but this was our contribution with this campaign. Yes, we even got a credit from X to promote it,
Oh, wow.
which doesn't happen often.
So the platform itself.
Yes, the platform itself, usually they
Right.
gave us money to promote it. So
Right.
for once, let's applaud them.
I think little to add, exactly. Props where there I do. Thank you for the campaign. Glad you asked. That's the hashtag, and definitely, take a look at the other videos. You'll find them. I watched it on LinkedIn, I think, back in the days, which already says that I'm not part of the younger generation anymore. My algorithm has gotten a bit older. Thank you very much. Definitely take a look at the videos, as I said. Worth it. And next time someone's going to ask you what Purim is, you can literally just send a link. We will, in that manner, move from, Europe, the internet, the digital sphere, over to classrooms and the German-speaking region of Austria. We have two phenomenal guests, namely Beatrice Krichelli and Jennifer Scher. Again, Mazal Tov, Scher. It feels good to say that. Who are here from the Jewish community of Vienna, the IKG Vienna, and are working with a program called Likrat. You might have heard of similar programs in the German-speaking regions. There's one in Switzerland, there's one in Germany, and I think if a concept gets copied that often, it says a lot about the quality of it. Thank you so much for making all the way, and we really do look forward to hearing more about Likrat Austria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benjamin, for your introduction. Thank you very much to the EU Commission for the funding. Thank you very much for the European Jewish Congress for hosting this very important conference today, and we're really glad to be here. And we're really proud to be part of the BADRI consortium, and we really think it's an important thing, and hope that this, the outcome today will be a takeaway for you, and to learn more about our work, and that we can share our added value to the combating anti-Semitism. So this was a little introduction about myself. My name is Beatrice Krichelli. I'm from Austria. I'm from the Vienna Jewish community. I'm a board member and the head of the Youth Commission and the director of the program of Likrat. This is how all of this got initiated. This is my colleague Jennifer. Used to be Mitbreit, now she's a Scher. And she just got married recently in February, so Mazel Tov again also from us here. And would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Jenny, without chair, without Mitbreit. You can just call me Jenny. I'm the head of the youth department. I'm also here, want to mention, with my great team, Eden and Aviel. Without them, nothing would work out. And inside the youth department, we are also having Likrat, which I'm leading together with the team and Betty.
You will always get us in a package, by the way. So whenever you want to speak to us, this is a package deal here. So, I would like to really introduce Likrat as not a project anymore, because a project is an ending thing, but a program that is already established in the Austrian civil society, in schools, but not only in schools. We are also going to police schools, other educational institutions, pensioners' homes, universities, everywhere where we ask to come. We are coming. Yes, thank you. So Jenny will, can you press the slide? Thank you very much. So what is Likrat? We educate 14 to 18-year-old Jewish youths where they receive a training in several topics like Shoah, Israel, Jewish history, anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism, of course, group dynamics, and very important, communication skills. I will later also come to the point why this is so important to us, to give them that training when they go into the classrooms. So with Likrat, when they when receive this education as professional trainings, they are well educated to go into classrooms all over Austria, by the way, and speak on a peer-to-peer level. And this is the most important thing. A 16-year-old speaks to another 16-year-old teenager and talks about his own personal Judaism. That means you can ask what is Shabbat, but whether I keep Shabbat or I don't keep Shabbat is a personal thing. So they speak about, do you keep Shabbat, for example? And this person can say, yes, I do keep Shabbat and I keep it this way, or I don't keep Shabbat, but Shabbat is and Shabbat means. So this opens this dialogue and leads actually to a very open discussion in classrooms, because it is on a peer-to-peer level. Our main objectives are, of course, to combat anti-Semitism, but we learned it's not about combating only existing anti-Semitism, but also possible prejudice and stereotypes, and that makes a big difference in the questions we are being actually asked. Maybe to give you a little overview of the numbers about LICRAT. LICRAT was established in 2015 in Austria. We actually took it over, the concept, from the Swiss. So this is also how the German-speaking region developed. I will later on also speak a little bit about our international interactions. And we already, since 2015, you can see the numbers, we already had 18,000 participants all over Austria. Also a little bit of Germany, by the way, because we were called to the border of Germany and Austria, from Salzburg to go into Bavaria, into Bayern, and to have also dialogues there, because for the Germans it's sometimes not so easy to get there, and for us it's a little bit closer. So it's also a nice international kind of interaction with our German colleagues. We have already more than 1,000 encounters in classrooms in several educational institutions. Over 172 Jewish youth, we call them Likratinas and Likratinos. It gives them a little bit of a twist and being really a part of a group. And during Corona, of course, we were not able to have the personal encounters, so we went online and had already more than 50 encounters. Sometimes we still do that if there is a need and there is no other way to meet, but we prefer, of course, to go and lead a personal and open dialogue together.
Time is running. I'll just go through the trainings, because this is our main focus today. I'll just give you a short recap, because we're talking about the time between May 2024 to April 2025, like today, because this is also the time of the grant. Again, thank you to the EU Commission for your support. This means a lot to us, to the project. As the grant started in May 2024, the last cohort, which is always 2 years, 2023 to 2024, had a 3-day basic training and the graduation. But we're happy that we launched another cohort. We're launching every year cohort, but like the full cohort in December 2024. And then we have a full cycle inside the grant, which we are very happy about. So we started with, I will go afterwards, what's the stations and of the training, but we had 4 days of 1-day training, we had a full weekend training, and we will have another full weekend of training in May, and the graduation in June. So the graduation is always the last step and the highlight, and then they're prepared to go into the schools or other educational institutions. But beside the basic trainings, it's very important for us that this is just the start. And I'm happy to announce that we had an international training last year in November with Germany and Switzerland. We offer educational events. Just to drop some names, we had a talk with Hillel Neuer, we had a talk with Joseph Haddad now in March, where we also invited Likratinos and Likratinas to educate them, to get to learn more about, you know, nowadays topics, especially concerning the conflict. We offer advanced training 1 to 2 times a month, it depends, but we try to as often as we can. And we reached inside this time frame, May to April, over 5,000 people, like 5,000 students we visited in classrooms, in universities, in police schools, wherever. And we also active on social media, and we reached over 120,000 people through social media. Now we'll just jump inside the training. And we have, like, I will just do it really shortly because we have some more topics upcoming. Everything starts with the recruitment process, where we use different channels. While we're doing the recruitment process of our becoming Likratinos and Likratinas, we already, this is mostly my team doing it, we start sending out the dates. We start getting in contact with the speakers. We are working on the materials, on the topics, doing the selection. Then we start with the basic training, which is always from December to June the upcoming year. So this is the time frame where we thought and what we saw it's the best time also for the youths. Then the graduation comes up, which is always a highlight at the end of the training. And then they are prepared to go and conduct the encounters in schools or other educational institutions. And of course, afterwards, they really have to do also that continued education. We really please them and ask them to come to the trainings, and they see that it's important. We try to offer really like also interesting speakers and interesting coaches or events, as I just mentioned before, to keep the quality of the project and also to keep the quality of the encounters. Yes, we can go on. Just shortly, the recruitment process, we recruit through social media, through our community newspaper, through the youth organizations, because we really want to have youth from all over the community, religious, non-religious, Sephardic, Ashkenazi, really doesn't matter. We want to have a bright variety, also in the Jewish schools, and also word of mouth. We're very happy to say that we are now in the fortunate position that, of course, we recruit and we post it on social media, but the people really want to come. The people know the impact of the project also inside the community, but also outside of the community. So really happy that we have a lot of Likratinos, and we hope to grow in the future even more. Betty just mentioned before, for us the basic training is really important because this is the foundation of everything. So really have, I will talk about the experts and the coaches on the next slide, but we have a few topics which we also adapt from year to year because we need to adapt also to the needs of the youths. But there are six basic things and topics or stations which we always have, which is the introduction, where we talk about what is Likrat, what does it mean, what are the methods of Likrat, about peer-to-peer, about the way we talk with other people, how is the atmosphere in the class, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, Judaism, Shoah and anti-Semitism, Israel and anti-Zionism, and communication with foreigners, which is a big topic, because you can know a lot and be an expert on a field, but the way you talk and the way you act, also like when it comes up to hot topics, is really important in a classroom. And of course, the graduation. I'll just not dive too deep into this topic, but of course, especially the topic Israel and anti-Zionism had a new twist after the 7th of October, and we changed the whole module to really, keep up to date. Benny's looking at me, I should go on. Yeah, I just... Yes, this will. So I'll just stop here. We have a lot of coaches and experts from all over, from Israel, from Germany, from Austria, from Switzerland, and also this I really want to mention that the peer-to-peer system is also working inside Likrat. So we are educating our experienced Likratinos to take over tasks and also being trainers for the upcoming Likratinos.
So Benjamin, I'm sorry, I will still need 2 minutes. I know you gave me the sign, but... So I said
you got a German moderator. That's what you wanted. Now I look out for the time.
So I said to Jenny before when we prepared for this presentation that I think that this slide is actually the most important and the most interesting slide to talk about. These are questions are not made up by us. These are questions we have been actually asked in schools, and the questions that are repeating themselves a lot of time. So you can actually split those questions into several groups. Some of them are very out of interest and out of like a knowledge questions. Do you actually speak Hebrew? They understand Hebrew is our religious language, the Torah language, so they ask this question. You have questions like what is kosher? Because they hear kosher, they also hear halal, so they want to compare, like all of this kind of conversations. But then we have the questions where we understand, and because we were talking about education and why education and schools are so important in our society, the question, do Jews pay taxes, is the most asked question we're getting. We're talking about children in the ages of 14, 15, 16. They are coming, and they don't mean it in a bad way. I really have to mention this. They don't come and say, oh, you Jews don't pay taxes and live on the government. No. They ask us, they're like, is it true that Jews don't pay taxes? And mostly they take it probably because of the Holocaust, because of some or maybe other old stereotypes, by the way, of why Jews did, like they had to overpay taxes, but they think the Jews don't pay taxes, right? So we have many kind of ideas to that. And then, of course, we have also one of the most asked questions, why do Israelis kill Palestinian children like the Nazis did with the Jews? Okay, so we can really divide into groups all of these questions, but this is really what we want to show you. we always say that the biggest challenges started now from October 7th. But when I give you these questions here, and I told you before, we're active since 2015, these questions, and especially also the Israel questions, were asked already before October 7th. This is not something new. This is not a new thing we're dealing with, and this is something that society and kids maybe believe somehow. Again, not out of a bad personality or because they're really anti-Semites and believe in it, but this is what they hear, and this is why they ask us these questions, okay? So this is the one thing. And the second thing also I would really like to outline here is the dialogue. We had this one incident, and this is really important. Sorry, Benjamin, I know you're already stressed as a German, but this really one important incident, and this was already, I think, Jenny, 7 years ago, correct me if I'm wrong. We were in a school in the 2nd district. Why am I mentioning this? The 2nd district in Vienna is known as the Jewish district, where all the Jews, not all the Jews, but the bigger number of Jews of the community live. And it's a very, like you see, like the Orthodox Jews there, you have most synagogues there, etc., etc. And we were in one of the schools in the 2nd district, and the children in this classroom were mostly with migrational background, also Muslims, meaning migrational background with the Muslim religion. And they asked us, when we came to the classroom, we usually ask, the teacher to prepare with the children before and to collect questions they were already thinking of before, so we can also prepare and feel a little bit the need, like what are they talking about, what do they want to know from us. So this teacher collected the questions written on paper because they were anonymous. We tried to deal with also sometimes with anonymous questions, and she collects them and she opens the papers and she sees a swastika. How is it to be gassed? Why do Jews kill Palestinian children? And sometimes not even questions, but more of like, yes. And
Hitler should have killed all of
you.
you.
Oh yeah, right. And I forgot also one thing. Why didn't Hitler kill all of the Jews? Okay, so these are more statements than they're actually questions. We were in a big dilemma because it was also more like the cut was more in the start of the program, and like the first reaction was, we don't go to this class. We can't send our children there. Second reaction, of course, you relax, you sit down, you think, you evaluate, and then you say, no, this is why we have to go. This is why we need to speak to them and to really open a dialogue here. So we sent our 2 strongest Likratinos to go to the classroom and to actually speak about what is the statement, where does it come from, why do you say that, why do you believe that? I'm not saying that we, anti-Semitism is over, the people that drew the swastika are not anti-Semites anymore. This doesn't happen overnight, and I think we're all aware of this. But it was the first step of getting these children to think, to rethink their questions, to evaluate why they said that. And this is what an open dialogue, and Benjamin, I'm looking at you because you said you don't believe in dialogues. This is what shows me that a dialogue is the best thing to approach, especially children.
Now it's getting personal.
No,
you are over
not
time.
in a bad way. I understood why you said that. I understood why you said that.
But on that note, because I think, so first of all, it deserves a big round of applause because this is amazing what you're doing. And despite being personal. No, but I say that I think the last example that you gave is the most tangible one, right? Like saying that the hardest cases are the ones that are in dire need of exchange. I can speak a lot more about the difference between. I would argue that you are basically a coalition, but you engage in dialogue. So maybe we meet at the same corner. All I can say is that the trainers that are there, Dani Neubauer, you have legends. You have legends from German youth work. Everyone knows these people, and I think it speaks louder than everything I could add to your famous, phenomenal presentation here. So thank you so much for making all the way.
We are not done with the presentation.
I know.
No, wait. But do you want us to continue?
I would suggest at this point, because we have another 30 minutes later and this is maybe the most important point, you came as, 4 people came from Vienna, so every table that we'll be sitting at a later point will have a representative from Likrat. So I suggest that maybe we have 2, maybe if you raise your hand, for example, they also deserve a round of applause, of course.
Maybe just
thank
to
you.
mention, they started as Likratinos and now they work for the youth department of the Jewish community, especially also for Likrat. So just so you know, so how we get our good people.
And I really suggest during the session that we have later on that you share the last part of your presentation, but also that you get a chance to, firsthand share experiences. So again, thank you so much for the presentation. It feels awful to cut you guys. I hope you understand that. And I gave you 10 more minutes, so you out-Germaned me. No, it's okay. For the Bavarians to invite the Austrians over says a lot about your project. I mean, you must be good. Great. They don't invite the Berliners even, the Bavarians. All right. On that note, thanks again. We will now pass on, back to so we had the online realm, we had basically classrooms and working with students, but also with volunteers, peer-to-peer meetings, and now we will move on to basically the European realm. Stephanie Lesesne, you've been around, forever. I remember, I remember you already, no, we're all 24 in this room, but what I'm trying to say is, back in the days, I was in Brussels 10 years ago, and already back then, SACC was one of the organizations, the go-to organization that we were looking to when it came to educational models. So you've seen it all, you've trained trainers. We obviously look forward to also hearing a lot more about your experiences from that field. SACC stands for a Jewish contribution to an inclusive Europe. Yeah, still got it? And what exactly that entails, we will hear in a second. We prepared 2 questions. We make it a Q&A format. And again, if we can stick to 10 minutes, that would be amazing. But at the same time, it's on me to enforce that. Right. So SACC has been working for many years to combat prejudice and discrimination and to promote social cohesion through training, education, dialogue, and advocacy. You develop seminars, workshops, all sorts of formats with a diverse range of stakeholders across the continent. And what would be interesting for us to understand is to what extent your initiatives, your audiences, your formats, maybe even your experiences have changed after October 7th. What was the impact of the date and what followed?
Thank you so much, Benny. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation and for the great quality of the speakers since this morning. It's very impressive. As you can hear, I'm French. I have a very strong French accent when I speak English. So I will say that nothing changed and everything changed at the same time since the 7th of October, unfortunately. So in CERV, like everywhere else, it was we're in état de sidération. I don't know how to say it in English, but we are shocked at what was happening there. And we decided to hold on our work. We decided to reaffirm that we were fighting against all kinds of discrimination. And also, we said that it's in this hard time that we have to have tough conversation. And we cannot now turn our eyes or, say, oh, I didn't hear anything. So this was something that was crucial for us at that moment. And also we are like, if we are not around the table, we'll be on the menu. So we wanted to be around the table and to engage with people who wanted to work. And it's true that what helped us a lot, it's CERV was created more than 30 years ago. And we had some experiences with working with HIAS and the project Gishour. It's a project that,
Since we're using acronyms, HIAS obviously being a refugee.
Yeah, refugee organization from US, and since a couple of years, they have a European organization, and we work with them with refugees in order to, open the door of the Jewish communities.
It's a Jewish-American organization working on refugees coming to Europe. I think that's the specific take. Sorry.
Exactly. And so this was also helping us to be more anchored, and also the work that we did many years ago on reconciling religion, gender, and sexual orientation, the fact that CERV also fights against anti-Semitism with his NOAH project, Networks Overcoming Anti-Semitism. So we were quite equipped to deal with that. And also, we also had some partnerships, with other organizations, and we also started to work on anti-Black racism too. So we tried to not to diversify, to not speaking about what happened, but we wanted to, to fill a gap if a gap was need to be filled. And also because anti-Semitism doesn't concern only Jewish people, like anti-Black racism doesn't concern only Black person, like anti-Muslim hatred doesn't concern only Muslim person. That's why we need to improve cooperation, really. This is, for us, it's a key, and also foster best practices. So that's why I really like the title that you took, because this is it. This is how we can work, and also don't be shy to have tough conversations. It was already very great before the 7th of October. Now we cannot continue to work if we don't have this kind of conversation.
What I already really like about this panel is the amount of experiences we hear literally from the front lines, if you want to say so, right? Like we hear experiences from the ground. You are the folks that do the job there, again, for which we can't thank you enough. On that note, if I may, as a follow-up question, you have been engaging as SACC in Jewish-Muslim dialogue particularly. We took a more general approach to the work that you've been doing. You spoke about also the organization. Then I understand that you also looked into online harms back in the days. You started looking into anti-Black racism. But if we take a closer look at your work on Muslim-Jewish dialogue or coalitions or whatever we want to call it, what worked, what didn't work, how did that go about?
I won't be a good student. Can I finish what I wanted to say for the
first question?
Of course,
always.
Thank you so much.
I'm an international anyways, I'm not that German.
Okay, thank you. So even though this can sound quite bizarre, since the 7th of October, we gave more trainings than ever in Belgium.
And that was because of increased demand, or because, okay.
Yeah. In Belgium, we train a lot of teachers, we train a lot of social workers, we train a football club from the Pro League, so this is the league in Belgium, because they ask us to train them. We also train police and one EU school. So it was quite what is happening. So of course we send our trainers to give the training. So this is the first thing to understand. And also, we needed to create an activity on the impact of the 7th of October and the war in Gaza. So we did. I needed this activity in order to process what's happened. So we deliver also this activity, a couple of times, and teachers were like, "Wow, it's exactly what I needed to discuss with my students." And just also yesterday and the day before, I gave 2 days of training to teachers here in Belgium on anti-Semitism. And if you ask me, teachers are the key to improve the situation, and also to go from living together to doing together. I think this is something to achieve. Living together, we can all live together, but doing together, it's something else. And I'm almost done. And but also teachers are feeling lonely. They are not feeling supported. Some of them are scared to, for example, teach Shoah education. Some of them are deliberately, take more time to another lessons to not have to teach this topic. So it's also like quite alarming what we can see on the ground.
Let me, on that note, also bring back what in the morning in the first session, I think Arzu Mukhtar from the European Parliament, she spoke about incidents at the European schools. So just, it's a shame that she was not here, but maybe that would be a good reason to reconnect. I think for her it would be important to hear what you just said. Maybe it was the same school even, and vice versa.
I think so.
Briefly, if I may, because I want to give you the space for the second question. So your work specifically on Muslim-Jewish dialogue, any small, but the main outtakes here that for us to take with us home?
So CEJ didn't work directly with a Muslim organization, but what we do since 20 years now, we give training on Islam and anti-Muslim hatred to professionals, meaning to teachers, to social workers, to youth workers, because these persons are like, we don't know how to deal with that. We are not trained to deal with that. And so most of the time they were like, we won't discuss about that. And of course, this was not the best solution. So yeah, we train mostly teachers to deal with what we say in French, the hot potatoes, you know, that no one wants to touch. So it's what we try to work with them. And so far, the level of their evaluation they are quite satisfied. But of course, it's only 2 days per year, so it's not enough, unfortunately.
Still, thank you so much for doing that work, and I think also that deserves a round of applause.
Thank you.
And again, sorry for jumping in here and there. Yeah, I have to stick to that rule. Coming to our last speaker of said panel, and let me remind you on that note, we will go to the other room and sit together in smaller groups. So please note down your questions, inputs, and or irritations. Our last speaker for this breakout session is going to be Kerstin Krupp, who's head of communications and spokesperson at the House of One. And if I may share this small anecdote from yesterday, as a transition maybe to what we've just heard, yesterday, Kerstin shared with us at a dinner that it was one of the few organizations that interestingly had a very unique approach on how to face October 7th, as since you are a faith-based organizations, we understand you could go about as you had done before. And I think this is very unique, and therefore we're very thankful to hear, you know, input from the faith community, because maybe we could all learn from you in that regard. So please, Kerstin.
Thank you. And first, thank to the European Student Congress for having us here, or having me here for the House of One. Really appreciate it, and appreciate the day very much. And as Stephanie already said, the really high-class podium and people who spoke here. So, the House of One, I first give a short introduction in the history of the House of One, because probably not everybody, or maybe nobody knows it. So, for that, I'm first going in the history of the place, as this is important for our project. So we are a project, a grassroots project, where going from a small Protestant community, joining with a Muslim and a Jewish community, we are planning to build a house with a synagogue, a mosque, and a church under one roof, group around a central room, a common room. So why that? And why in the middle of Berlin? So there on the spot where there was the first SACC Christian place, some 900 years ago, there was a church, the BADRI church, that then was demolished in the Second World War and torn down through the then socialist regime in East Berlin. And after that, it became a parking lot and stayed like that for over 40 years. BADRI Church was forgotten. And in the 2000s, nearly 20 years after the reunification, through archaeological excavations, the foundations of the church came back to the life of the last church that was there. And the city of Berlin gave the congregation that still existed, that now was on in another church the chance to decide what should happen to that spot, and whether to build again a church or a chapel, or in what way they would use it. And so the community, and I think probably this was possible because it was an East German Christian community, and East Germany, the Christians in East Germany, just by being a believer, you were in political opposition. So it was another way also thinking about society, another approach. So they also inspired by thinkers like Martin Luther King, who was talking about one world house in which we all live, came up with the idea that Berlin and Germany are a much more diverse place than it was when the church was demolished, and they wanted to create a space where at least the Abrahamic religions, which have a huge influence and an important role in society and in culture, should be represented at that space. So that Protestant community reached out, found a Muslim and Jewish partner, and they got public funding, and they could call out an architectural competition. And so, oh, I forgot to click. So you see the space where the archaeological excavations were, and you see the foundations of the church. And there they will build on the foundation of the church, and the foundations will stay visible in sort of an archaeological window. They will, or we will construct that building, so that is the idea. So everybody comes into, through the same door, and then you go up to the first floor. Then on the floor plan there you may see, so the biggest room is really the central room, so it doesn't have a special name yet, so we call it the room of encounter, and from there you can go to the mosque, to the church, or to the synagogue. And this is really important for the project. There is no mixing of religions, because that was the fear that at the beginning came from every religious community. So, oh my goodness, you will create one big religion and we'll mix up everything. But that is not the idea. So instead is giving space, and maybe this is a bit contradiction to what Shannon Saban said today. She said a religion has to be in private, and we have a bit a different approach. It's just giving, just stepping out and giving religion like not a modern, sounds bizarre, but showing the role that it still has in society and the important role that it has to many people, and to show that it's not only Christianity. So in this case, Christianity or Christian people stepped back and sort of gave room to the Jewish and Muslim partners, and so they share a place in the middle of Berlin, right between Alexanderplatz and Brandenburg Gate, so not somewhere at the outskirts. Yeah, talking about the visions, yeah, I already explained, 3 religions, 4 rooms, 1 house. So it's not only a place of faith, but a place where you exchange, where you meet, where you get to know each other, and a place of mutual learning. And what was Benjamin saying before, that coalition is have to have common goals, and that maybe is the strength of the House of One, that the common goal of these faith communities is to build a house. And when you build something together, you have something you lose when it won't work. Everybody will lose something. And also the quality is that it's not a short-time project. This is a more-than-life project. So it's not like projects who are funded for 1 year, you get together and you do something interesting and good, but then you part, and so maybe what you worked for disappears then. And so there also, maybe it is a project that is, it has also maybe something to do with the place, with Berlin. Our founding rabbi once said, so Berlin is the city of wounds and the city of wonders. So maybe it is why it's founded there. And we hope that House of One will be a place of equal rights, that is in the city where Jewish emancipation 200 years ago started, will be a place of reconciliation in a city where the murder of millions of European Jews were planned, and a place of bridge builders in the city that was the symbol for division in the time of the Cold War, and a place of peace in a city where religions called out for a peaceful revolution and thus also helped down to make the wall come down. And as the house is not yet existent, so we're still trying to get funds together, and we're happy that we're very much supported by the federal government and the state government, but still it's complicated. But we like to say that the house is not yet there, but the heart is already beating. And so everything we do now, or that could happen in the House of One, we already do now. It's like those interfaith prayers where they're not only Jewish, Muslim, and Christian, but also Sikh, Buddhist, or Hindu people that join. And as also, Benjamin, you mentioned the commemoration calendar before. So this also for us, those are important dates where we come together, for example, for 9/11, or there was an attack on the synagogue in the German city of Halle. There we come together. So we have different dates we join together, and every religion is expressing solidarity and trying to show that what happened to one of us happens to all of us.
Can I ask quickly a question? Is there security around the house?
No, not at all. No, not at all. There's no house yet.
It's designed, and we're waiting for the last step, if I may say.
We have
so if you're willing to fund a great idea that is about to be realized, just as all the other projects on stage, you know, they rely on funding.
The place looks more or less
the
like
land
that.
is, I mean, allow me to be so frank. The main amount of money is there. There's a tiny bit missing, and the city is desperately waiting for it. I say this as a Berliner now, obviously not as the moderator. But that's what we that's what you are. I'm not involved at all. But as the moderator,
you're welcome. You're welcome.
It's a perfect moment, Kerstin. Maybe as a moderator, if I may ask you, like the last points you'd like to share with us before we go to the other room, because there will be more time to speak about details. But maybe
maybe the education
spotlight.
First, we're trying to bring people together on different levels. For example, sharing our sacred spaces. At the moment, we're like a traveling show or a traveling circus, going like anywhere in other synagogues. Or this year, we had the first time an open-air iftar in the north of Berlin, a very diverse quarter where there are around 200 people. We didn't do that alone. We did do that with the communal government and other organizations. Or we did a Christian Vesper several times together, and so we try to bring in people also to our religious traditions. And there, again, it is important because very often Jewish people, or mainly Jewish people, because Christian-Jewish relation has a long history, were invited in Jewish, in Christian liturgy, but felt uncomfortable because they were just sort of incorporated in a Christian liturgy. And that is not what we want to do. It is just when there is a Muslim or a Jewish prayer, then it stands for itself in its own tradition.
So salad bowl instead of melting pot.
That's it. Celebrating diversity.
Yes. If I may, at this point.
Okay, then I skip the education work, but this, because that's my favorite project. We have a podcast, and that was also what Manel Salmi was saying before, and Shannon, that we also try to forward women in faith, because I mean, religions are even more patriarchal than societies. And if you do interfaith dialogue, all the religious leaders are mostly men. So we try to undermine it, and so I casted 3 women. They didn't know each other before, and it's a podcast where they talk about religion, but also religion in their daily life. They talk about anti-Semitism, they talk about all the subjects that come into their mind. Well, we talk about it before. And so we try to be entertaining, but not shallow, educative, but not overly complicated. And so I just love that. They're really brilliant. I'm sorry it's only in German. And what's really beautiful, they became very close friends through these podcasts. Now it's the 3rd year we're in, and also sometimes they say it during the taping of the episodes, that this question I just dare to ask because I know you two so well, or I just dare to talk about it because we got to know each other so well. I think I forgot many things,
but there's so much more to explore, and once the whole idea is finished, we'll be obviously super happy to visit you. Thank you so much for all the work that you're doing and for your presentation. Should you speak German, I definitely encourage you to listen to the podcast. It is rather entertaining, at times even funny, and I say this as, again, it's German, so, but even Germans can be funny sometimes. No, enough. We are now at a point where it's all about you, and now I have to be a bit more strict on time, okay? Because it's your coffee break that is a danger here. So we have 15 minutes, and once I finish speaking, here's what we're going to do. There are 3 tables in this other room, okay? Please, if you know the person to your left or to your right, don't go to the exact same table as they do. Because I know, very disappointed here, the Hungarian corner. Because the idea of the next session is exchange, okay? Now, Joel Kotek, who is not only my predecessor at EUJS, but he's also, he's also a distinguished scholar and a very well-known personality, is going to be the rapporteur of this group, meaning that he will take notes throughout this session to then later share with the larger group what we've been discussing. So what you'll be doing now is you have 12 minutes, not 13, not 12 and a half, not 12, 10, 12 minutes, okay? With this, it's going to be a bit like a sprint, like they do at startups. Exactly, speed dating. 12 minutes, that means around 1.5 minutes per person at the table to summarize the main findings for you that you had throughout this session, but also throughout the day. Write down irritations, questions, most importantly your input, because this input will not only later be shared with the rest of the group in 5 minutes, yes, but it will also end up to be one of the products of this distinguished conference, right? So it's important to us to collect your ideas, right? So on this note, 12 minutes as of now, please find yourself in groups. The Licratinos, make sure that you sit on different tables, and obviously also our panelists will go there. 3 tables for Licratinos. You just gonna join the tables and answer questions, and perfect.
I'll shout if needed. All right. Well, welcome again. It was absolutely amazing. So the goal of this breakout room is to have a sort of, to have you contribute to the conversation as well. So it's not just like speaker talking, but you can actually have your say as well. We will start with our 3 speakers. They will give you some food for thought to then discuss within smaller groups. The title of this session is Focus on Judicial Response, Fighting Radicalization in Faith-Based Communities. So I'm going to start with Ellie. We met before. Again, you're the head of crisis management. Can you tell us about your experience with law enforcement, how effective it is? Is there room of improvement for radicalization in faith-based communities? And yeah, tell us your experience.
So, overall, our experience with law enforcement in Europe is excellent. So there is no problem to this level. Of course, we continue to invest a lot of energy to also to train law enforcement. We partner with CEPOL, for instance. We participate to their webinars, other seminars on various topics in order to increase their awareness about anti-Semitism or hate crime in general. I would say that the challenge is more on the judicial level. To our understanding, I can give you an answer. An example in Belgium lately. It's a so-called journalist. I'm sure the local one. We spoke about it last week. Brusselman, who made a statement that he was threatening. He's gonna stab every Jew he will meet on the street in regards the crimes committed in Gaza. What was the outcome of this topic? Actually, of this situation, it was not condemned. Nothing. So you can imagine how Jews in Belgium had received this news not quite well. I think it also contributes to some mistrust from the civil society to the judicial level and the authorities in general. So I would flag that on our level the challenge lies more at this level. I think even today the presence of law enforcement authorities, of course, as Saad, also our colleagues from CEPOL or QTA, showcase that the cooperation is excellent with law enforcement. I can speak about scenario-based trainings that we organize in different countries, like Portugal or Hungary, for instance, crisis management exercises bringing also around the table law enforcement. So I do believe that to this level, this cooperation is excellent. We are also together with the police forces performing trainings, also training in schools, for instance. There is currently also in this EU-funded BADRI project a program called SAFE that we have developed, which aims to train teachers, parents, educators, also to provide best practices to kids about what to do in a lockdown situation at school, or if you face a hate crime situation, or also some safety. So there is a lot has been done. We still have to invest a lot, but the quality of the cooperation is not questioned. It's more about yes, the judicial level to our humble experience.
And you feel like at the judicial level you can't really have a dialogue? Is it too far for you to reach, or?
I'm not sure I have a proper answer to this. I think we've tried in the past more to reach prosecutors to this level. Also to raise their awareness and their sensitivity on the matter, which more questionable results maybe. But I think we cannot just give up and stop to that point. So still we need to invest in that direction.
Thank you so much. Then I'll pass the mic to Risha Staniek. We haven't heard from you before, but I would love you to talk about your experience, especially working with anti-democratic forces. So your experience in the rise of radicalization, perhaps especially online, and what we can do about it. What are your best takes to the moment?
Thank you. I didn't speak publicly here yet, so maybe a few words about our work. We're a very small organization based in Berlin. We focus on so-called anti-democratic movements. What does it mean? Some people call it extremist. We use a bit more broad term. In the end, we focus heavily on anti-Semitic movements because we see anti-Semitism as an ideology that pops up in many movements, many anti-democratic movements, starting with the COVID anti-vaccine protests we experienced during the lockdowns, which later turned in Germany especially into some pro-Putin movement, and now we are having, as you know, as in many other European cities, anti-Israel protests. Yeah, what unites them in a way, some actors even move from one protest to the other, some ideologies meet in these demonstrations, and in the end many of them are more or less anti-Semitic. What do we do about it? We monitor, we document, we rely heavily on social media in the end. We usually publish short videos the day of the event, if it's a demonstration, if it's an incident. We try to reach a broad audience. We try to say, okay, social media is how to get the masses, so let's go there, let's publish our own content. Works pretty well sometimes. Usually, depending on the incident, goes viral. Mass media picks up on it, and hopefully, this is what we're trying to achieve, is to start a public discourse, which happened a few times in the past few years. We focus on Germany, also in cooperation with the name Brit, looked at European events that are repeating every year in Budapest and Sofia, where, for example, far right is commemorating fascist or neo-Nazi or however you want to call it, events regularly. Sometimes it is on the radar of authorities, sometimes it's just small groups that are living there and are directly affected who are dealing with it, and we're trying to encourage discourse. We're usually not calling for a ban, or we're not calling for measurements. We're kind of trying to provide evidence, maybe let's call it that, or provide footage to encourage politicians, encourage civil society to act or call for a ban, but usually we're not the ones asking for the measurements or the responses, but we think it's very important to have an informed public, also general public, not just the people in charge, but also the people who have to be pushed by a more general public. So yeah, back to your question. First of all, I really want to stress, I can't stress it enough, that I would encourage to see the online and offline world not as separated as we always talk about. I still see in research, in journalism, and the discourse in general, that it's either the online world that is this weird thing, or it's the offline world where you get stabbed or attacked. But I would really like to encourage here to see this as a whole picture. I mean, an online threat will affect your mental health, it will affect your daily life, how you walk through the streets, how you turn around. So just a very simple example. At the same time, we see, for example, as we heavily rely on things in the public sphere, it's being live streamed, it's being broadcasted to thousands of people live, and tens of thousands are commenting, are sharing videos of these events, so it's echoing what's happening on the street and vice versa. So just one thought about coming back to law enforcement. There's the recent, I don't know who's familiar with the German discourse, in the recent few months, there's a big discourse about actually what law enforcement is doing or what prosecutors are doing about online hate, which sadly, or to say more neutrally, is turning a bit into a backlash of you can't say anything anymore online, things are being deleted, are being prosecuted that were jokes, it's being claimed, which sometimes is true, and sometimes the ideologies behind it are not being pointed out. It's happening that someone was raided for an online comment, and then usually the outcry is, but it's just an online comment. But no one, including the prosecutors, sometimes don't say, okay, it was a very violent threat towards LGBTQI, etc., or anti-Semitism, racism. So the lacking of the mention of the ideologies behind it, the lacking of talking about the ideologies behind it, also how they are linked together, who is affected by it. Another phenomena we are noticing is sadly that actually the prosecution leads to people being proud of being prosecuted all of a sudden, being like, look, I got a letter, look, I was raided, posting videos of being raided online or live streaming actually, the police knocking at their door and kind of feeling entitled to keep doing it, getting support by their supporters, also online, offline. Money is being collected. So it's also an open question maybe to the room what to do about this if it doesn't work to sentence someone, to find someone for comments. Also, like, same goes for demonstrations where banned slogans are being promoted. You get fined for it, you do it again, and they collect kind of. It's like a proud, also like in this role of martyr, like I'm sacrificing myself because I'm acting righteous, I'm saying what everyone thinks, which we see in the far right, but also in the anti-Israel movements of being, but I have to say it, and I will pay the price for it happily, because I know I'm on the right side, which, yeah. These may be two. And the third thing we're noticing is, especially about online threats, that sometimes, or let's say generally the climate, where at a point, I don't have to tell you, but I will speak about it anyways, that there's a climate where actions don't necessarily have to be illegal, or threats, just the idea of what could happen is preventing people to do what they want to do. It's, to give an example, we're working with a refugee from Syria to produce videos about anti-Semitism in Arabic, and he can't put his face anywhere. He says, he's an artist also, he says you can't keep doing art, you will be out. Like, he can forget about his life, basically, that he has besides working for us. He has family in Lebanon, he has family in Syria, so just because he's working with us, producing content on anti-Semitism, he's fearing to show his name and his identity, basically. Another person with family in Iran says we can't work together because I have family in Iran, and you're working against anti-Semitism. So it's not even them working what they're saying, it's just being associated with that, and it continues that we as a non-Jewish organization, we receive threats, we have to go through a whole procedure of clearing our online presence and just making sure, and it's not that we have bomb threats or anything, but it's people saying, who are these people? Posting photos, it's nothing illegal. It's nothing illegal to post a photo of a coworker, but like posting it, tagging us, like saying, you work there and there, you, like just pointing, gathering facts. It's not even doxing, like we would make sure that our private addresses are like not protected and everything, and it's fine, but yeah, the point is
mentioned, it's really true. You know, like it seems almost cool to break the law, or not even. You know, like they have this higher purpose that they feel and take on themselves for a performance really online. So yeah, maybe just a very quick follow-up question. I'm very interested in the German context, especially because you work there in Berlin. Is this surprising to you, this anti-Semitism coming from Germany? Is it surprising? Did it shock you, or did you like, oh wow?
Well, October 7th definitely shocked me, shocked us. I mean, sure, the narratives were known, even the activists were known. Like, it's not, but the extent and somehow I don't know, on October 7th, 12 o'clock was mentioned, people were distributing baklava on the streets by known activists. Like, we knew who they are. Like, we saw them before. It's not a surprise, but still, like this.
The scale, the intensity.
The intensity that followed. Okay. Sure, but I think that's in most countries there are.
If I may ask a question, would you say that this kind of attitude or behavior came only from the Muslim community or other people?
Regarding October 7th?
In Germany, yes. In Germany specifically.
Well, in Germany specifically, you can see over decades it's being studied heavily, anti-Semitism, and you see it in far right, you see it even in basically all minorities, also Christians. Parties are all affected, but October 7th was on the streets, heavily Muslim participation, but also like left participants with, I don't know what backgrounds they have, but have colorful hair. I don't know, I would probably have studied with them together or these things. So it's not, also, I mean, Berlin especially has a huge expat scene. So it's like people living in Berlin, and they're not Muslim. They are people who would claim probably they're left or involved in, discrimination, work against discrimination. So it's not, but it's like also because it's very huge communities or very huge demonstrations, that it's also differentiated a bit over the while. There were more Islamist, more secular, more like everyone had then at some point demonstrations, and all of them caused incidents, anti-Semitic incidents.
So there's still anti-Semitism in the German population?
Yeah, sure.
I was exactly interested in that point.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Gülşen. We can move on to our next speaker. Fiyaz Mughal, you are the founder of Faith Matters and Diplomats, which we heard about before. And maybe you can tell us your experience on anti-Muslim hate, how judicial systems are responding to that, how effectively they are responding.
Thank you very much. Let me start off with the judicial response to anti-Muslim hate, and then I'll bring up, if I can, also kind of Islamist extremism. There's two elements there. I'll bring up both. The judicial response to anti-Muslim hate has been 10 years ago, 11 years ago, 12 years ago, was very, very poor, because there was a lack of understanding around understanding the language of anti-Muslim hate. There wasn't enough information around police officers, for example, in the UK, understanding hate crime laws, right? They were dealing with a whole range of issues, burglaries, so understanding hate crime laws were difficult for some officers. Collection of evidence was slow. Interviewing individuals was haphazard because it was seen as a kind of a low-level use of resource. The judicial system and judges didn't fully understand the impact on victims of anti-Muslim hate language, for example. The fact that also judges thought, well, this is part of free speech, when it wasn't free speech. The judges also not fully understanding the impact of the language vis-a-vis the law. Right? So there were some judges who didn't understand that. And then there was another element, which was a denial of the problem. Right? It was just a denial. Well, no, it's just, don't worry, just get over it. And so this is what we were working through and dealing with. So it was about, for us, raising awareness, working with the judicial system, working with the Ministry of Justice, ensuring, as Iman does now regularly, ensuring that she does what we call a dip test with the CPS. So the CPS will go through a range of cases with her, and she will say, well, hold on, did you pick up this bit? Did you reflect on that bit? So there'll be an external assessment of how the CPS picks up the cases and allocates them in terms of charging process. Or, in some cases, not charging. And so part of that training has been with the judicial system, part of that training has been with police forces to get them to understand the impacts of anti-Muslim hatred, the language of anti-Muslim hatred, the impact on the victim, a sense of associated fear, and in doing so, that's reinforced senior officers to say to their officers, you need to look at this area with more training, and you need to look at this area with more interest. There is also a convergence of this space with the extremism far-right element. So there's a convergence of that. So in a way, also police forces in Britain having to understand over time that actually if you start to get the rich analytical picture where there are clusters of anti-Muslim hatred, particularly around mosques and Islamic institutions, who is doing this if there are repeat events? Is there a group? Is there a far-right group? Are there activists who are motivated by anti-Muslim hatred on a long-term basis? So it gives you a richer picture, and that's the kind of work we've done. So it's been a difficult journey, and it's been a journey of usually trying to educate judicial, police, Crown Prosecution Service, in terms of the way they charge and make decisions, and also it's been a general awareness raising within the wider public. And a lot of work with the press in relation to making them aware that they need to be reporting on these issues and not just saying, it's a couple of bad comments made to Muslims, get over it. And that goes back to what you were saying, it's kind of people, there is a backlash growing globally, at least in Europe, including Britain, I say, of people saying, you are over-policing us. And we need to be aware of this backlash that's happening because people are taking it, as you said, as a badge of honor now. So these have been the primary issues around anti-Muslim hatred. In relation to issues of Islamist extremism that I also have looked at over time, now this is more well known. Obviously, major issues have happened, whether it's Madrid bombings, Brussels attacks, huge catastrophic Islamist-driven attacks, whether by IS or others. So there is more information and intelligence that has been gathered over time. I'm sitting here, obviously, with the chief leading police officer who knows what he's talking about. But I guess what I'm getting at is the fact here is that there is a greater understanding in the judiciary, at least within the United Kingdom, and growingly, much more growingly within Europe, of understanding the ideology of main players like Islamic State, or actors like al-Baghdadi, or Awlaki, and all these range of individuals. But we are, in a way, the judiciary, the police, civil society, are dealing with more and more lone actors, individuals who are picking up and consuming material online, but also in terms of areas and sites where they may dump data. So even archiving websites are places people are going to with access points to pull out archived pages of old material around Islamist extremism. So the picture is becoming much more granular, much more difficult to work out, and with a different range of motivating factors for young people. So let me give you saying that the judicial system is understanding Islamist extremism. Police officers, I think across Europe and the UK, are joining up the dots a lot more. They are able to understand the connections that are being made. Science talked about the connections. I mean, there are clear connections you can pick out quite easily, both in terms of the language used and in terms of the motivating factor. But also, I think one of the difficult areas today is a lot of these people have gone much more underground. They were very open 10, 15 years ago. They are much more slicker now. You know, Saad mentioned on Islamist extremism, they may turn up looking like me. Okay? They're much more slicker in using the language of human rights. They'll will say, you know, my human rights, I fight for human rights and justice. But sister, you just sit a bit behind me. What's that about? It's this kind of a schizophrenic ideology that starts to mark out where there's a problem in some of the ways of thinking. So, and I want to finish with the last thing. One of the difficult things, which is, I think Europe and Britain are shooting themselves in the foot, is always having this debate about, is it because extremists have grown up in a challenging environment they've become extremists? Because they had a hard life? Or, on the other side, people like me who believe that ideology is one component of that. And I think this battle between, well, they've had a hard life, that's mean they've had trauma, that's had mental health crisis. Yeah, that's true. Many of these cases are showing issues of trauma, mental health crisis, identity issues, right? Dislocation in society. But we cannot get away with most of these attacks where the far right, well, most of these attacks are driven by some form of far right ideology and Islamist ideology. You can't get away from that. So I think this debate, is it one side or the other, is really unhelpful as well, because it also blurs the line of being quite clear that actually multiple things can exist in an individual. Multiple. Yes, they may have mental health issues. Yes, they've got ideology. Yes, they've had a hard life. Somebody's radicalized them from the gym. Somebody's given them this information. Somebody motivates them. That's a much richer picture of what's happening, rather than, well, he's had a hard life. Oh, look, poor him. Let's just put him aside and give him some support. Europe is shooting itself in the foot, as usual, by this kind of an action. Sorry, I'll stop there.
No, thank you so much. I think, yeah, what you mentioned as well, like freedom comes with responsibility. Like there's no, we can excuse, I feel so much, but then up to a point, then there's no excuse anymore for whatever, you know. Gotta be honest as well, because if we tolerate everything and literally everything, then who draws the line at some point? So I agree with you. We can now, I think, split up in smaller groups. We can move around chairs as well if you want, and you can discuss. I'll give you, yeah, then you'll have me out maybe.
Yes, I will. So, thank you very much for the speakers. So basically the idea of what we will do right now is that we will gather in 2 small groups. I think we can do 2 groups. And we have a paper with 3 questions that these are only a starting point to start thinking about stuff that we want to convey to the whole audience. So the idea will be we have until which time? Until 3:50, and then we need to go backstairs. We have a coffee break, and then we will have the final plenary. So the idea will be right now in each group to discuss these 3 questions, and each group will need a leader of this group. And let's say, what time is it right now? 3. So maybe we gather at 3:30. We can come back, and a leader from each group can report what has been discussed. Yes, we can. I don't know how many.
Half an hour.
Yes. Yes.
I need to feel I need to ask a question about in the UK the Prevent programme. That's when people like disseminate information about other people. What's your view about that? Is it spying, or what do you think?
It's a really good question. So my experience of Prevent, from what I know, and I know quite a bit from the Inside program, is basically it's been utilised as a statutory measure through hospitals, schools, etc. And the statutory measure involves not a spying process, but in effect looking at a safeguarding process. Right? So let me just tell you that from what I know. And when I say safeguarding, the primary premise of Prevent should be and is predominantly, but there are mistakes, we have to admit that as well. Its primary element is to try to stop young people going down a path where they can damage their lives or damage other people. So it is, what it's meant to do is try to, if a kid says something in the classroom, you can disregard it as being just a boisterous kid. But if a kid then starts saying, you know what, I watched online and I saw that men need to be men and beat women, those things should be kind of indicators to say, let's have a chat with this kid. Right? Let's have a chat with them. Let's try to bring them in, see what's going on with them. That's what Prevent should be doing if it's doing its job, is to try to pick out some behaviour patterns which are a red line. Some which are, if kids are boisterous, they're boisterous. So it's putting a lot of onus on statutory workers, all right? The thing here is Prevent should be then referring these kids to support mechanisms with their approval and the approval, well, not with their approval, but the approval of their parents. You can't refer a kid without the approval of their parents. So there's a safeguard mechanism in there. And so if the parent says no, well, the school has to review what happens going forward, but they can't do anything with the kid if the parent goes, no, you're not going to do anything with my son, okay? So in a way, it's a safeguarding process. Have there been overreactions to it? Yes, there have been overreactions to it, where some teachers don't know and go, well, your behaviour must be because you're Muslim. Now that is wrong. Okay, there's a fundamental difference here. This needs training, it needs support, and that's been, this has been work ongoing for many years. Now, I want to also say this. So, have there been mistakes? Yeah, there are mistakes, because what I'm describing to you is a very fine-tuned process, which needs a lot of intellectual capability from staff who are usually stressed in schools or stressed in hospital. But the aim here is not to police people. The aim here is to divert them from extremism. Now, is there an alternative to this system? The answer is no. No government, let's look at this realistic. No government is going to have an open process where it has no structure to try to divert people from extremism. Right? It would be seen as the government will fall. So a government has to have a system. Is there an alternative system to this? No. But a lot of people in the UK who are anti-Prevent within Muslim communities, a lot of them would regard me as not being a Muslim. Why? Because I don't like gay people being beaten up on the street. I don't like Jews being beaten up. I don't like black people being beaten up. Because I will say, actually, Hamas is a problem. I'm just telling you, because I think Europe is all about diversity of views, isn't it? It's about pluralism. Those very people having a problem with Prevent would also say, I'm a problem. So in a way, there is an organised campaign against Prevent, which comes from a mindset which says, this is the government against us Muslims. And if you start taking that view leads people into a very dark place.
Can I add something about
Prevent?
Because I work within Prevent as well. To start where Fiaz finished, that if the British government was to deconstruct Prevent and reconstruct the counter-extremism programme, I think it would look very much like Prevent, right? It would be the same thing, just rebranded, right? The problem that I see from working within Prevent is kind of twofold. One is that it works well when society in general was working well, but because through austerity and COVID, global financial crises and all the rest of it, and other pressures on other society mechanisms, it's become a dumping ground. Right, I don't know if you've seen, if you're privy to Prevent referrals, half of them are just mental health cases, where people don't know what to do, so they go, oh, Prevent, there's funding there, and it dilutes it, and it makes it very grey, and that needs to be looked at. The other thing is there's kind of like a loosening and a fraying at the edges of the definitions and the understanding of extremism, right? Far-right extremism, we understand. Islamist extremism, we understand, maybe not as well as far-right extremism, but we're doing that. But then when you're starting to look at kind of far-left extremism, mixed unclear and unstable ideologies, where does COVID conspiracy fall into it? Where does the manosphere fall into it? Where does, Pizzagate and all the rest of it, all these other conspiracy theories, there's less kind of academic rigour and understanding of that and where it fits, and then again that just kind of dilutes it all. But I do think that fundamentally it's good and it works, and yes, there are high-profile failures. Axel Rudi Cabana, right in Southport, high-profile failure. there will always be people that go through prevent system and then go out the other end and end up killing people.
Thanks for sharing on that. Sorry, is it okay if we can have a dialogue? Because I can see we are always...
Yes, but the idea will be, because we don't have so much time, you can continue this dialogue in the groups that we do.
Because I think that the experts, you know, like they know, they have a lot of knowledge, and I don't know, I also feel a bit like I want to soak up more of that information.
5 minutes, what can we discuss? If we can have an open dialogue, that would be lovely.
Sorry, so what we can do, sorry, we don't have much time, what we can do is we change the system. If you don't want to...
Let's be agile.
Actually, because it's not 20 minutes. So let's so let's keep it like this. You sit in there. You can ask questions to them. You can have a discussion, and I can write it down what I think are the conclusions. In general, if you don't agree, well.
I want to go into groups.
Sorry. One second. We have to get the message and then first of all, thank you for everyone's insight. I think that that's a really interesting discussion. I was picking up on Krisha's your comment about, for example, who's going to these kind of protests, and I think that oftentimes we do speak about all the extremes, and it's easy also to kind of identify them and to label them. What I feel like is something underestimated, or maybe for me personally not talked enough about, is how exactly these kind of like, maybe not even extreme left, but like lefty, lenient, I don't know, young people with not great deep knowledge about certain conflicts, but they show up to protests, they scream these paroles because everyone is screaming them, they share certain videos, like kind of just like this, the like, the light version of all of these people. I think that it's a very underestimated role that they are playing, because one thing is how you feel unsafe because of an extremist, but the other thing is how the general society becomes through that more hostile, or how your experience as a minority just becomes less pleasant, because you also feel like you're surrounded by everyone that has, like, you know, these without knowledge sentiment about, I don't know, your religion, the conflict, etc. So what I was wondering was how are these kind of people, I don't even know whether monitored would be the right expression, but like, what is the deal with these people, and how can we make sure that these people are not falling into the extremists, and how are they actually maybe even supporting the extreme?
May I say something about it? We very often have the feeling that actually the civil society is standing, against us, or promoting problematic ideas or hatred, but it doesn't happen all of a sudden. And actually we saw after October 7 that very well organized groups started to act throughout Europe. One very good example is on the campuses, and not only in Europe, also in the US. So one part, and I will also let my colleagues to answer, but follow the money. We need to understand who is funding those groups, and to tackle those funders, and to prevent those funds to arrive to those organizations. Once they will be dried out, maybe some part of the problem, I mean, they will be deorganized, and so also the random person looking for identity or a good cause to fight for will be dragged to a more positive one than those. So again, I would like to insist on follow the money and tackle the founders of hatred in our society.
So going to the root cause.
Yes.
You want to add something?
Yeah, I think I understand what you mean. There were two studies in Germany, at least, that I think of. One that analyzed emails that were sent to the Central Council of Jews of Germany, and people wrote like with their full names, and they were academics and like ordinary, normal people, and they wrote long letters over a few years of anti-Semitic insults. And there I don't think there's an organized group behind it. Now with the protests, I understand. With the campus, it's different, but I think this is what you also mean, no? It's like this baseline of ordinary, or however you want to call it,
or even like, let's say, kind of, you know, this classic, I don't know, social studies student that saw like some sort of Sherpic and decided to show up to the protest, and that's it. And like, there's maybe not a deep ideology behind it, but rather just like intuitive solidarity or something like that, because there is no real association with the actual cause. And then eventually what I would say is that because of like numbers, how many people show up to protests, or how many people share certain issues, how that impacts voting behavior, etc., that's like strengthening the extremists. Like, that was like a bit the thought.
I would come back to something I said, that this mass of people is still entitling the extremes, because they're saying, wait, I mean, even my professor said something like that, why? So I will act upon it, or something like that. I think this is where the danger lies, that sure, like, it's not maybe so problematic to, I don't know, maybe share some views, or like feel, okay, I have to do something, but the masses that are supporting it in a way, even though they might say, no, but this is going too far, you shouldn't take up arms, or you shouldn't be violent about it, but generally they're very close to each other. But what to do, I don't know. I think accepting also that it's not just the fringes is first step, to not think, okay, we just have to cut the extremes and then we're fine, or we have to exclude them, or whatever you want to call it, or ban them, or whatever, that it's more general climate in society. Speaking up against it, not speaking up against it, or
Can I just add something to what you said earlier? I think the grey zone is really important. Okay, we're in a new environment over the last 4 or 5 years. I have to say, particularly after Donald Trump, and I don't want to get political about it, but you know, if somebody keeps saying fake news to real news, then people are not going to know, not just him. It's the internet, it's politicians, it's deflection tactics. It's created an environment where truth becomes fiction. And I've never seen it like this, right? You know, 10 years ago, if you said fake news, your political career was over. Today you say fake news, you're back on again. You're back into parliament, right? So we're in a society where there's the grey zone. And I think those are the bits that we need to really address. How do we address making people see or understand fact from fiction is going to be a major challenge over the next 10, 20, 30 years. So my answer to your question is, I don't know. But what I do know is the numbers of people who are going to get sucked into the vortex of extremist groups is going to get larger. And as our stresses in society get more and more for younger generations, that creates emotional stresses that can also be utilized by groups to suck them in even further. So we've got a real challenge about truth versus fiction going forward. So I don't know the answer, but there's a lot of risk coming.
If I may.
1 second, the lady.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to have a little bit of further feedback on the Prevent program. In line with what I understood was one of the objectives is to understand, reach out better to communities. There was, you see what I mean? How has this been perceived, or what is the analysis backstage, I mean, of this process of reaching out better to communities to understand a little bit better and tackle better the phenomenon of radicalism?
Right, it's a very good question. So the problem here, with the issue with the prevent strategy, there's many issues that have happened over time. I guess where we are now, the government realizes that campaigns against prevent have also damaged the brand. Okay, and part of those campaigns have been by bad actors who want to damage it. Okay, some of it has been from civil libertarians who believe in civil liberties, which is fine. There are some people who want to defend, fine. That's a perfectly reasonable place. So what the government has done is basically, because it was starting to lose penetration into communities, it brought in a statutory legal duty for it to be enforced into key areas. Now, what that has done is it has created a referral pathway which has brought in thousands of people over time. On an annual basis, Prevent can probably bring in, I'm just giving you a rough guesstimation, anything from 2,000 to 8,000 to 10,000 people a year who go into the process of Prevent, and then possibly the counter-extremism process itself, which is called Channel, which is much more harder-edged. So it's a difficult picture because the government has had difficulty actually getting trust from communities, because some of the bad actors have said, notice this, let me just tell you from the perspective I've seen. Prevent is really bad because they are against you being Muslim. Not only is that blatantly untrue, it has in a way said to people, because you're Muslim, you can't be accepted in Britain or Europe, so come and join us. Come and join us. And who are they joining? Some of them don't even know who they're joining. But they end up 5 years down the line in the High Court with their lives totally finished because they've got a criminal record. Right? So we have some really bad actors in this space. And I guess when Saad and I have been talking today, we're not overblowing an issue. There are some really nasty actors, far right or Islamist, but there's some very bad actors who say, don't trust the state. Look, if states were that good, they wouldn't make half the goddamn mistakes they make. Okay? But in the end, if the citizen doesn't have trust in the institution of the state, then you're in a very slippery slope to going into the grey zone where fiction becomes your truth. Okay? And the more young people end up in the fiction state, the more damaged their lives are and the potential to harm others becomes.
The Prevent program, is it out? Is it still functioning? Yeah.
Still functioning?
Yeah, very much so.
Still doing. And I can tell you now, from what I've heard inside the system, it has stopped some people from losing their daughters and sons right up to the point of getting onto a plane. I can tell you that for a fact. There have been cases of a daughter or son getting onto the plane and the police saying to that plane, you will not take off because the parent has informed us the kid is missing today. Because the kid was going to Turkey, off to Syria, and they've saved lives right on the tarmac. Now, if that was my son, I would want the police to stop him in the UK before he ended up killing somebody in Syria or being killed in Syria. So I haven't got a problem with the state saving my son or daughter. I haven't got a problem. Really, if it stops him harming others or harming himself, I would like the state to intervene. That's my point of view.
I would like to ask you a question because you mentioned that we should try to go back to the root, meaning to the funding of some of these situations. And I'm thinking in particular about the famous demonstrations on a lot of university campuses, like in America, where we know who is funding these demonstrations, and here in Belgium, in Europe, is there any way that the authorities could go and find out who is behind these demonstrations and the threat to the Jewish students, like we heard this morning?
Yeah, actually, it was said, they know intelligence services and law enforcement, they have all the information they need.
They don't do anything.
So it's not a matter of not having the information. It's a matter of taking actions, basically, and I guess it's a political decision as well.
Because in America, we know very well, I'm not going to mention names, but we know particularly two people who are funding these demonstrations on US campuses. If I know it, you know it too, right?
No, for sure, but no, it's much worse than 20 years ago when I was at the university. But I remember that there was already in Brussels on the campus a very problematic organization. Everybody knew who was funding this organization. Still, it was established, acknowledged by the authorities, and they were on campus for many years. Till I believe that the leader was finally convicted for something else. So sometimes also it takes time, and it's important also to respect the local legal framework, as it was mentioned earlier. So sometimes it's a question of momentum. The problem is that we don't have time. The problem is that I'm talking now about Jewish students on campus, for instance, but it's the same for also other minorities or other hatred. But we don't have the time because we see the society getting more and more polarized on one side. Jewish students, they don't want to stay studying in Europe, they want to go abroad, which sometimes it's not even better. We saw some students from Belgium or other countries going to, ending up in Colombia and facing even worse over there. But going back to, they perfectly know this organization and who is funding them. But also it's important to respect the legal framework, and I hope action will be taken as soon as possible, because in the meantime our students are suffering.
So do you think that the solution would be to change the legal framework?
Yeah.
No,
that takes time.
I'm not sure. First, I think that, and speaking about the situation on campuses, to be very specific, I think also that the dean of the university should be accountable for what's going on campus, and the dean should not hide herself or himself on any other, how should I say, excuse, whatever, but should be accountable and take actions, and not to wait any political decision to enforce them to take action, because they should, in the first place, act according the value of the university, and not to wait for any political decision. So for sure.
I just want to make a comment, and I'll be welcome for anyone to join in. Austria has one of the strongest anti-Semitic laws. So, for example, the denial of the Holocaust, it's something where you can go to prison for, or if there's any sort of racial slurs towards Jewish people, that also people can get very accountable for that on, even onto a prison level. I just have a little bit of an issue that there's always this narrative that only the law or the legal framework can combat discrimination. For example, with hate speech, it's extraordinarily difficult to define hate speech because speech is based on language and linguistic, and every country understands jokes, for example, differently. And I can understand that the judicial response will be extraordinarily difficult to deal, for example, with hate speech. So I was wondering if anyone can provide examples on how to overcome this from your respective countries, because it is definitely an issue in Austria, that satire or comedy is used as a mask for being racist or anti-Semitic or hateful towards Muslim communities. So I would love to hear from anyone if they've noticed this trend or if there's any sort of best practices.
This is very much just a short remark, not aiming to respond or to address. I think we just come back to the overall core issue of the freedom of speech, in particular when it relates to media or events which have our dissemination. Is where do you draw the line? And it's in the European Convention of Human Rights. You have this right to freedom of speech, which is a right. But you do have also an article, I think 17, Article 17, which is the abuse of rights, where your use of the freedom of speech is not inconditional if it has the, I would say, the effect to possibly incite to hatred of members of the community. So it's this very delicate and complex balance between the freedom of speech and the abuse of rights of freedom of speech. And this is where it goes. And what we've been also witnessing, it was mentioned in the plenary this morning, which was this Brusselman case in Belgium, whereas in the end the prosecutor stated that in a way we draw the so-called sentence out of its so-called context, and therefore, because we draw it outside of its context, actually it needed to be toned down, and in the end it was not anti-Semitic. Because basically, if I may give a little bit of information, basically the sentence was around, if I put myself in the shoes of someone who would be in Gaza and who would have his children killed, then I think I would become violent and I would want to put put a knife in each Jew that I would meet. So basically it was saying if I would be in the shoes, etc. And that's what UNIA, the Equal Rights Organization in Belgium, was initially involved in the part of the organizations which draw action. They redraw because in the end the legal analysis was that in the end the sentence was taken out of its context and it was not really anti-Semitism. But whatever the Brusselman case and its sentence relates to, still it's modeling a certain way of action in my view. That's the analysis I do. If I were in the shoes of a Gaza citizen, someone who had been obviously victims of the war in Gaza, I would want to do a certain type of action. And I think it's modeling a certain case of behavior, and this is why I personally found that the judicial response in Belgium for that case was completely inadequate in a way. But I'm not a lawyer, of course.
It's not
no, it's not. You're right. You're right.
Did you have a comment?
It was really great.
Maybe here in the back. Just to comment briefly on the reflection you posed. I mean, I definitely agree with you that this is not enough, or perhaps not the main focus, but I think when we fail to implement existing legislation in the face of very evident cases that go against it, then we're really creating the effect of encouragement. I'll give just one example, maybe from the Romanian context, which is where I'm from. Romania has one of the strongest anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial and distortion pieces of legislation in the EU. And there were some 200 cases brought forward in the past 18 years or so. One reached the court. In the case of someone who wrote 2 books that called the Holocaust a hoax. So obviously this has a terrible effect of encouragement for those who are inclined to promote Holocaust denial content. So I think it's really important to have that jurisprudence of cases where action was actually taken as a deterrent effect. I just wanted to pose a question, kind of trying to be a bit more proactive and looking at the cooperation part of the title of the conference. I was wondering from all 3 of you whether there are some good examples of cooperation. I think BADRI is one such great example, but beyond that, maybe from the national level, that you would point to, that you would like us to be aware of, maybe particularly in the judiciary area, that you think we can learn from.
You mentioned Portugal before, or am I wrong?
It was not an interfaith event. Italy as one.
Not to be like, I'm not an expert on the judiciary part, but and maybe the German speaker can give more context to that. So around, I want to say 2012, there was a scandal in Germany about potentially banning circumcision or religious circumcision, based on the fact that there was one Muslim child that suffered from like medical complications. We get to the point where a court basically bans circumcision, and where there's a wake-up moment. And I think that I would argue that in the most recent history of Muslim-Jewish cooperation in Germany, that might have been one of the like highlights of beautiful coexistence and working together. But what happened was that these 2 groups, they came together, especially like on the judiciary front and on the legal frameworks, and developed a very comprehensive and good strategy that was uniting, and eventually also made it then possible to have circumcisions again. So that's just an example that I'm thinking about when it comes to cooperation.
Also with the meat,
Yes.
the giving of anyone to eat the meat, suddenly they really don't give them clothes. They have
There's a similar case in...
People of slaughter, they work together and it didn't work.
Okay, but they did work together at least.
Yeah.
This is the work. Okay.
There was a similar case in London, also with kashrut and halal and circumcision, but also there was a case in a London hospital where there was an issue about the release of bodies when they died. And obviously within Jewish and Muslim faith, it's important to release the body quickly so that you can bury it as soon as possible. And in those circumstances where there's religious agreement, I think the communities work very well together.
How was it overcome in London? Because it's a big issue in Austria. Have you got?
I can't remember the detail.
It's all right, I can research it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Do you have a final comment, and then we wrap it up and come back?
Just a rough thought, but I think looking at the perpetrators actually could help in a way that they never focus only on one minority. The far right currently, for example, picked in the past few months or 1 year actually in Germany gay prides as their target. So they're violently attacking gay prides in more rural areas, and they are kind of a new target they chose. So it's not just Jews or Muslims. So I think, I don't have to tell you, but the people affected immediately know new tactics also, or experience, are affected by new tactics that if we talk about legal frameworks, we sit here 2-3 years, it's kind of already too late. So the people on the ground that are being affected kind of know also the new tactics. So even if something is banned, they will change, and it will change immediately. It will not change in 2-3 years. So I think this is maybe a ground for coalition building, collaboration to, in a way, together exchange also tactics of the perpetrators or the ideologies that we're facing, not just later in a legal framework. When, I mean, we talked about technology. I mean, we didn't mention the word AI. It's moving. Every week we have technological inventions that are being used to produce disinformation, anti-Semitism, whatever. And we can't keep catching up, but the people being affected by it are being exposed immediately. Right now, something is being invented, targeted, and we might not even know or understand it well, but the people who experience it know it very soon, very well. And I think this is maybe a common ground. I don't know.
Yeah, that's it. I think to wrap it up, and then we'll have 20 minutes break and then come back to the main room. I think what I gathered from all your thoughts, and I really thank you, is that also drawing a line is a moral question that I think as a society we should ask ourselves. Because again, if we allow everything, so drawing a line is not necessarily bad. It's like, what do we stand up for? What we consider right and what wrong? And it's a question that we should ask ourselves. So thank you. Dylan will be our rapporteur, sharing.
So the coffee break is downstairs.
Yeah.
Yes, we have 20 minutes, and that's it. If you don't forget to sign the commitments that you will see downstairs. We'll discuss them now. And also, this is something that the European Union asked us in your leaflet. When you go back to the main room, there is a QR code for a survey. We will be very grateful if you can fill it up. It's also for to follow the commitments of the EU institutions. So that's it. Thank you.
Enjoy your coffee. And see you in 20 minutes.
We found out that the cartoons, what Ariela mentioned, is a very good strategy because it targets young people, especially children, school teachers, educators, NGOs, but also it can be helpful even for people who are, who ignore the Jewish life, they ignore the Jewish traditions, and who have, let's say, prejudices or preconceived ideas about Jewish life and Jewish people. So I think it's very simple and very telling, and also the fact of using cartoon is very funny, so it makes the topic, which is a little bit heavy, more funny. Building, we heard about this concept which is called BADRI, which is building awareness, dialogue, resilience, improvement. And we think that this initiative is really inspiring because it helps us to bring awareness, dialogue with resilience and improvement. So we have so many concepts and we bring them together. And of course, it is possible to build awareness around the dialogue and to improve the dialogue with each other. Of course, we have spoken about the funding. Unfortunately, sometimes it's very long, the administrative procedure. Everybody knows in Brussels what is administration. So we think about any practices that NGOs could share together to facilitate this procedure to get funding, because of course all these NGOs need funding from the European Commission. We thank the European Commission for helping all these NGOs and helping civil society to be spokesperson for their own cause, but of course we need the procedure to be easier, at least especially what Stephanie mentioned is when you have to have a report, and the report is really heavy to implement.
What was irritating, especially for most of the speakers, and sometimes challenging, is that there were so many good initiatives, but after October 7th, all these initiatives were halted. So a lot of organizations were completely, let's say, stopped from implementing their projects, because after October 7th we have the impression that there is no dialogue, as Benjamin mentioned. So unfortunately there is this lack of understanding after the conflict. Speaking about this conflict was completely difficult to target some communities, and people start having like a kind of preconceived ideas and refuse to go into the dialogue. What would you take up from the conference? We agreed on the quality of the speakers. We thank the organizations for inviting these inspiring speakers who are experts, who have a lot of expertise in their fields, and who are sharing good practices. And of course, all the NGOs who are present here, they shared very good practices. Networking is very important. To have a network is really important, and we all agree that we share the same principles, we share the same values, and we are here to support each other, to share practices, and of course to implement one objective, which is interfaith dialogue. And I think thanks to this kind of gathering, thanks to this kind of conference, we can reach our goal together. As we mentioned, that sometimes we have a long journey. We cannot achieve our goal maybe in a few years, but maybe later we will see the results of our work. So maybe we should be patient and we should be supportive to each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything to add on the first breakout room?
So we have 5 minutes. As long as she speaks 6 minutes, so we'll speak 1 second. I don't know why I have to be doubled, but it's okay. So it was extremely interesting, and I learned a lot, and there were extremely interesting initiatives. And the start of course, is the prejudice against the Jews. We were even worse after the 7th of October. And the question is, why? And of course, anti-Semitism for sure, secular anti-Semitism, and anti-Judaism based on religious faith, if you remember, but also ignorance. And this is very important to stress. And of course we have to fight against ignorance. We had a lot of examples, and so of course what we have to do is education, and we have to educate all kind of people. It will be police, like what CECC is doing, and especially to focus on school education. And of course it has to be positive, like you do. It has to be positive, not only, you know, the black side of Jewish identity, to stress about the Jewish contribution to Europe and to the world, and inclusive if possible, but I don't think we have, this is to stress too much about about all type of prejudice. Of course we have to, but we have to concentrate, I would say, about prejudice against the Jews, because we have to explain a lot. And I think the cartoons that you have been preparing are amazing, and this is what we should do. And also I was very much impressed by Likrat, because the important is not only to educate non-Jewish people, but to educate Jewish people, because most of the Jews, they don't know their own history. And the problem is, and I will more or less finish here, I think maybe we focus too much about religion, about interfaith. Let us remember that Freud, that Einstein, that Stefan Zweig, they were no religion, they were not wearing kippah. And I think the goal is not to have a kind of folklore approach when you will find a rabbi, a priest, and an imam. I think we have to remember that also Judaism, Jewish identity, is not only a question of religion, it's a question of national identity. How would you explain that the Jews, they have a state? It's not because it's a religion, it's a people. And this is maybe the only remark I will make, but it was extremely interesting, and I thanks people to have invited me, and let's hope that you will continue like this. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a good reminder of, like, maybe the work starts with yourself, you know, for everybody. Dylan, what you want to share from our breakout room?
So we had a very interesting discussion, everyone was engaging and very motivated about the issues that were at stake. So basically we discussed the sources of radicalization and how can judicial systems throughout Europe but also across the world can tackle the challenges of the present. We had a very important approach towards what is happening on social media and the difficulties that have arisen in the past 2 or 3 years regarding how do we confront the challenges online in online platforms. And this comes also into mind to think about where are the sources of radicalizations within our society. Of course, we discussed the most prevalent ones coming from extremism from the left, from the right, from Islamism, but also we arrived to the conclusion that it's important to look at what is happening in the mainstream of society. It was highlighted that lone wolves have become more of a problem, that society has become more isolated, mostly among the young people, that they feel empowered by what they see online and they act on it. And in this regard, there is an importance for the European Union and for democracies to stand with commitments that go beyond words, but that are legally binding. We, for example, were discussing about the IRA definition when we were talking about the need of having definitions of what it is anti-Semitism, what is anti-Muslim hatred, what is discrimination. Many of these conventions and declarations are non-binding, so there is no legal limit for what individuals and groups can do when the definitions are not applied in the daily life. And in this regard, we had very interesting speeches and deliveries from Eli Kagan from SACC, that he discussed a little bit how is the cooperation between Jewish communities with law enforcement. This is a best practice to be taken into account. Grisha Stanjek from Democ, he talked about how the anti-democratic movement has been changing also over the past years, but there is a defining elements from all these anti-democratic ideologies, this anti-Semitism that stems from extremism and grows on vulnerable people as well, and how lately, of course, we have been seeing it in the anti-Israel movement, but also in the far right, during COVID, during the COVID pandemic, and how it's always changing, and it can take different ideologies and channels. And finally, Fias from Faith Matters Tell Mama talked about how authorities during these past 10 years have been slow in order to address anti-Muslim hatred. And this is also related on how young people, especially, but people in our society, have their trusted sources. So social media have become a trusted source for many people. We discuss artificial intelligence, how images, how memes are being the main source of communication for many people around the world, and this is very concerning, taking into account how social media companies are letting these platforms to become a free space for hate. And also in this regard, that we are always slow when we enact declarations and also legal commitments. For example, the Digital Services Act is a very valuable object, but already today 10 artificial intelligence new companies were created that allows us, of course, to become to have a better life in a way, but also it's used by a group that want to spread hate in a more speed way. So this is a little bit what we discussed, and of course Martina can share a little bit because she was moderating this session.
Thank you, Dylan. I think from me and what I mentioned in the discussion as well is at some point as a society you are called to draw that line, because we can stay here hours talking about, oh, we don't know where to draw the line, it's difficult, we cannot strike a balance, but I feel, especially because our panel, our breakout room was about justice, it's a moral question how you want to live as a society, and it comes to a point where you have to draw the line and be true to yourself and say what we tolerate and what we don't. And we talked about that right now. Instead, we live in this like gray zone where it's not really clear where we draw this line. And Saad mentioned that perhaps we need a EU legal framework, because every member state, or even outside the EU, you know, they have their own legal framework, but then these actors are not just confined in one place, right? So cross-border cooperation, we often hear that, but maybe in this case it's even more necessary. So that's what was from us, I think. Thank you. What we're gonna do now is you can take a seat back. I'm gonna read, yeah, an applause. So the goal of this conference was to come up with a joint declaration of some commitments. In Brussels especially, we're often criticized because we're too much in our heads. It's all about theory, and we want to prove them wrong. So we're going to have a joint declaration. I'm going to read the 8 points that you have already signed there, and if you haven't, please, when you go, when you leave the place, please sign this joint declaration. I'm going to read them, and then we're going to have our closing remarks. Yeah, you can also see there. So together, organizer and everyone here, they commit to peaceful coexistence, to combating discrimination, especially faith-based one, to the promotion of dialogue and collaboration, commitment to knowledge exchange and best practices, as we mentioned here before, also and especially within civil society, which right now is under attack, if you ask me. There's a commitment also to judicial and civil society-led initiative, to strengthening the judicial response to faith-based discrimination and fostering law enforcement cooperation, which was also mentioned in the breakout rooms, a commitment to gender equality. We've heard beautiful and very inspiring stories, I think, today from women who refuse to give up. And finally, but not least important, long-term cooperation and accountability, both, I think, within our communities, but also on the perpetrators. And on this note, thank you so much. We will have our final speaker, Vincent Depen. You are the European Commission coordinator of the dialogue with churches, religious associations, and philosophical and non-confessional organizations. So thank you so much for being here. You can also go there if you prefer, or I'll give you the mic. Yeah, you're comfortable.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I think I have a difficult task here also. I could not be with you most of the day. I was glad I could hear some of the concluding remarks you had. So I will make just a few remarks, and I'm coming from the side of the dialogue with religious and non-confessional organizations, which are in charge at the European Commission. And certainly there are few ideas, experience one can draw from my own experience. I had one idea in mind when looking at the title, is the idea of resilience. It reminds me, I went to a conference on the effects, especially the mental health effects of the genocide against Tutsis in Rwanda. And one of the women survivors said, I hate the word resilience. And she felt as if it was putting the onus on her to be strong, to resist, when she felt, rightly so, that she was a victim. I personally think that the resilience concept, and Boris Cyrulnik in France has developed it, is very useful. But she felt like something which was in some way an attack on her. And I think the title that you have, also the resilient community, is the idea. I think one feeling she had that she was on her own. She felt alone, like many of these survivors. She felt just left out. So the first idea of having a community. And I think talking about Rwanda, we have seen after the genocide, it was already a very religious country before, mainly Catholic, but the rise of these new churches, new Christian churches, Pentecostal, evangelical, so that there was a need, obviously, of this spiritual need of getting together. And I think that was something which which she was expressing in some way, what resilience are we talking about, and that it should be, and the first way probably to go for resilience is to be together, not to be alone. And this gets me to another remark, which was also linked to the dialogue that we have, was I think the effect of the COVID crisis, which probably we are only starting to see, and that probably the people who went through it in a much better way were the people who were surrounded, who were not on their own. And if we talk about the youth, some of them were with their families, of course, but they lost the link, or they had different links with their friends. Some were just left alone. So I think this had an impact on mental health. So the resilience, the idea of having a group around you is certainly very important. And faith communities, they bring this aspect, certainly. And I remember that during the COVID, they kept coming to us and saying, why do we have all these restrictions? We can't, freedom of religion is very specific, we should have an exception, we should be able to gather people. They have moved, a lot of them have moved online very effectively, and like all of us, and they were also very good at doing online discussions. But as soon as it was possible to get back together, they did so, and they said there is nothing that can replace getting together. Of course, we could not bring or give exceptions to religious organizations. They had to respect the law like everyone. That's what we explained to them. But we understood what was behind, and that, of course, granting exception is not, it was not possible in that case. So I think that's something which really comes out quite strongly in our discussions. The issue of radicalization comes up also. Against it is isolation. One Muslim leader was mentioning the competition from Google Imam. So the idea that the youth is going online and that they don't go to the mosque, but they go on their own behind their computer, and they get radicalized in that way, and they are no more part of the institution. And the feeling we have is that the religious institution, like many other institutions, are being challenged, are being undermined, and that this is creating major problems in terms of isolation, of this social isolation I was mentioning. So I think these are reflected a lot in our dialogue. Again, also education. There is a strong feeling, and this was mentioned, that education, and they keep coming to it, is very important, that to have a good knowledge of your own tradition, your own culture, where you're coming from is very important for these religious leaders in all our discussions. So these were just a few ideas I wanted to share. And one last point on what the EU is doing, and I fully hear the call, and I hear it often, that the EU could do more. In terms of funding is one thing. That will be challenging in the years to come. In terms of legal frameworks, Digital Services Act, we have also EU framework decision on the fight against racism and xenophobia. So we have legal instruments. They may be challenged, they may not be up to date, but they exist, and it's also a matter of using them, or making use of these legal instruments and going before the court. It's not so easy. And I think the digital world is really a major challenge for all of us, and including for the legal profession, and how to react quickly. And what we see, unfortunately, across the Atlantic is the creation of a sort of legal chaos. I mean, if you undermine the legal institutions, then of course they may not work in the future. That's one risk. So, thank you. Thank you for the invitation.